are around, make them bounce, they can never hold us down. Like I never left you with no ring rust. When you get it jumped on like the king does. Feel that quick rush running through your veins. It's the same how I keep it going, yeah, we maintain.
Well, happy Friday, everybody, and welcome to the capital city, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, for our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. It's a gorgeous day outside, and inside it's going to be a great day with amazing cars coming across the auction block. And getting ready to go across that block is what I'm with right now, a 1972 Plymouth Roadrunner. Now, by 1972, performance and emissions dictated that some things had to change. So gone was the 383, and in its place, the 400. And that's what's powering this beauty. Backed up by a manual 4-speed transmission, yellow over black. Just a great example of Mopar muscle. Like I said, waiting to go across the block. And I know my buddy Rutledge Wood is standing by with something else that's being teed up.
Chris, there have been amazing crowds all week long, and it's because of cool cars like this, a 1974 Pontiac GTO with a functional shaker hood. You do not see one like this very often. Beautiful finish, white with the red, white, and blue stripes down the side, but it's that red interior and that 3-speed transmission that really makes it pop. But I tell you what's going to make it pop is our two guys inside, Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens. Fellas?
Oh, Rutledge Wood, thank you very much, and welcome to Harrisburg, everybody. We're here in the booth just above the red carpet, and we get to showcase some of the collector cars and trucks here that are really the bread and butter of the collector car world. And there are some that are kind of high-end, yes, no question about that, but before you're too quick to judge, there are lots of cars and trucks that are going to be affordable today and drivable, and that's what makes this so much fun.
And enjoyable as well. And you know what, Scott? It's about 11 o'clock Eastern time right now. Look at this crowd.
Yes. Standing
room only, and we haven't really gotten started yet. So we're looking forward to a very exciting day here in Harrisburg.
Well, both Chris and Rutledge had cars from the 70s. Let's stay in the 70s with a Corvette that we need to pay attention to a little bit later.
Yeah, some people think in order to get into the Corvette community, you got to spend a lot of money. Well, this car right here just might be in your financial wheelhouse. 1972 coupe. This one in Ontario orange LT1. You see that on the hood. That means that it has the 255 horsepower, solid lifter, 350, and a 4-speed. Yo, look at the detailing on this car. It is ready for the bright lights here in Harrisburg. See the interior there, that saddle color, and the exterior of this car, again, beautifully detailed, and it is going to be hitting the block a little bit later today, and I have a feeling somebody is really going to step up to buy this C3 Corvette.
As well they should, Bill. Yes, indeed. That is an Ontario orange Corvette, and one of more than 90 of them that we have on hand here in Harrisburg. Let's start off on the block, and we'll get things rolling with a 2016 Wrangler Unlimited Sahara.
Yeah, let's go high zoot here. 285 horsepower, 3.6 liter V6, as you see right there, with an automatic transmission, 4-wheel drive, of course. And big 18-inch XD alloy wheels. There's your interior. Sahara package gives you a few extras. Got AC, heated front seats. They've upgraded the sound system to a full Pioneer setup. Even has the tow package as well, and it is going to go for some, well, again, pretty affordable money if the bidding goes to its ultimate end right here at about $12,000.
Lots of mods, as you would expect to see. The Sahara, the mid-trim level.
Yeah.
This, the JK version, before giving way to the JL version a couple of years after. Easy way to tell the JKs, or the Saharas rather. Body color fenders. Now, of course, people can modify this stuff, but from the factory, the fenders are body color on the Sahara and the Rubicon, the kind of plastic on the base sport.
Yeah, look at that, huh? $14,000.
That is a really good buy.
Yeah, that's a great way to start the day.
On a Wrangler with a soft top and all those cool add-ons, yes.
Yeah, and it looks like it's been pampered all of its life.
Very nice. Okay, let's get right to another Corvette, in addition to the one that you previewed for us, this one's up for sale right now, and it's a silver anniversary coupe from '78.
Mostly unrestored. Yeah, a few, updates have been made on this automobile, but it's pretty much still an unrestored 1976 silver anniversary car. You got the silver outside, the oyster interior right there, a 4-speed as well. A lot of them are automatics. This one with the 4-speed, and it's got the optional L82. That's the 220 horsepower 350. AC, power windows and door locks, and rear window defogger. So I'll tell you, it is ready for launch. It's got everything.
Okay, the high bid on this Corvette at $15,000. And the Corvette will give way to a 1971 Mustang.
Yeah, this one, that's got some eyeball going for it. Pastel blue,
yeah.
White interior with the Magnum 500 wheels, raised white letter tires, and for power, a little 302. The 2-barrel, as we see from the VIN, the 5th character is an F. That's the F code, 2-barrel 302 at 210 horsepower. And an automatic transmission. The Ford AM/FM radio with an 8-track player. Those 8-track players. If you've ever had one, you know that when you put in your favorite 8-track tape and the music is playing,
that's why you don't put your favorite tape in there.
Don't
ever.
do it.
It's going to get eaten alive, man.
Oh, yeah. But you know what? They're kind of kicky these days. People kind of fall in love with them again.
Oh, no doubt.
Reserve is off. It's going to sell in the lower 20s right now.
Very cool.
Yeah, we're in the neighborhood.
I've told you this before, but these 70 through 70 or 71, 2, and 3 generation of the Mustang, they're kind of growing on me. I didn't used to care for them that much, but they're getting cooler.
Right. There was such a departure styling-wise from the previous styling language on the Mustang.
Sure.
It was a little shocking to some people. But you're right. Now, as time goes by, you're kind of falling in love with them again.
Look at this, and somebody just gave up $25,000 for that.
Oh boy, that's
put the top down, man.
More smiles by the mile for that kind of money.
Hard to beat it. 1976 Malibu Classic will be next.
305 V8, about 140 horsepower here. The big story was the styling of these cars. Went through a little bit of a refresh in '76. In fact, that's when they went to those, and there they are, the stacked headlights. The one over the other headlight arrangement. Automatic transmission, power steering, power brakes. They've staggered the wheels on this car. They're aftermarket wheels. You got 18s in the front and 20 inches in the back, all polished out. Chevy sold a lot of these Malibus during the 1970s when we had just come off of the oil embargoes and the gasoline rationing, and we weren't looking for high performance, high compression muscle cars. We were looking for cars that had a little bit of performance but more style, comfort, and convenience features, and the Malibu had all of that.
You're going to be 17 or 16, 15, 16. 16 pounds and on a bed. Here we go. 15 in a bed. 16 pounds. Anybody 16 pounds and dollars on a Malibu. 15 pounds, 16 pounds and dollars.
I would say sub $20,000 should buy this. And won't get there.
Bid goes on at 15. So let's go, Ricky.
So $5,000 short of your prediction. Not sure what it's going to really take to get it done, but that will be a bid goes on car. And 1969 Mercury Cougar will follow it up. Look at this.
Look at that.
I love this car.
How can you not? 1969. This is the H-code motor, 351, 250 horsepower. There it is. Open element air cleaner, some aftermarket valve covers as well. But, that'll get up pretty good. Automatic transmission. And the green and white motif is just breathtaking. As you see the interior and that vinyl top, all of a piece. Magnum 500s, raised white letter, aftermarket radials. And somebody is going to buy it. I'm going to say Sub 20 for this car.
17 to bid. 16 pounds, 17 pound out of down, 16, 17. Yes, 16, 17. Down, 17 pound out of bid, down, flat. Sold 16 pounds of dollars, Nick.
All right, $16,000. It is right there in the front row. They'll be driving that one home before you know it. And before you know it, let's send it to Chris Jacobs for a quick look at another car on the way.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, as you mentioned in the opening, so many amazing cars at Harrisburg for this auction, but this one absolutely caught my eye. You don't see a whole lot of these. This is a 1968 Plymouth Barracuda Formula S. And the reason this car is notable is it introduced that high-performance 340, replacing the 383, and unbelievable restoration on this vehicle. This is buffed silver over black. That 340 is backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. You got the color-matched wheels, red-line tires, dog dishes on there too. And what makes this car especially noteworthy is it is one owner since new. One family has owned this car since 1968. And it will be crossing the block a little bit later today. Stick around. Check it out. More from Harrisburg coming up.
Oh, on the banks of the Susquehanna River. What a location. The rolling hills of Pennsylvania and the great city of Harrisburg. And for the 12th year, we are back at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and Expo Center. And we lead off a brand new segment here with a 68 Camaro saying, hey, look at me with that yellow paint, huh?
Do you know what you just said?
What?
68 Camaro.
Did I say Camaro?
You
Are you
did.
serious? Oh, dear.
We know that you know that it's not a Camaro. No, it's a Mecum Yellow Corvette, 1968. Yeah. First year for the C3 generation and the last year for the 327 in the Corvette. 69, they went to the 350. This is the base 327, 300 horse with an automatic and very straight in appearance.
Okay, here's my excuse. All the chatter going on about the reintroduction of the Camaro now in 2028. We talked about that a little bit yesterday.
Nice try.
I know.
Yeah,
it was pretty lame, but
we'll give you dispensation.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, another entry-level Corvette. Watch this. This may go, well, may not make low 20s. I was going to say 20, 22, 23. And 17,000 might be enough right now.
Get 18. Okay. So 17 pounds of dollars hitting it.
Lot F41. Here's a great looking 64.
Nicely done. 17,000 in the books here. Oh, they put the top down on this 64 Galaxy 500, Bill. Ooh la la.
See what I mean? That is the best example of why we always say the convertibles always have more going for them with the top down. That's a little 289 in there, 195 horse with a Ford automatic transmission and the red on red. And the aftermarket wheels, torque thrust 2s from American Racing, all polished out. Put an aluminum radiator in there too. That's kind of an unusual upgrade for a strictly original engine. We see that a lot of the upgraded power plants and some of the more comprehensive builds. But I guess when it comes to driving around on an engine that old, it doesn't hurt to have a little more cooling capacity in it.
And it's got a C in the VIN, but a lot of times you might expect somebody, as you pointed out, to blow that engine room up and put something big and nasty in there.
Yeah, there's plenty of room in there too in these cars.
Okay, $29,000, going to be a little bit short of the mark there on a red Galaxy. Love it. Chevy Blazer up next from 1990 as you take a look from the back of the room. This packed house again on a Friday.
Yes, sir. And in this Blazer now, that is not an original engine in there. That is a later generation LS 5.3. We see these a lot. And it doesn't stop there. Holley Terminator wiring and computer harnesses for the ignition and a new fuel tank, fuel pump. New headers, exhaust system. They rebuilt the 700 R4 automatic. They built rebuilt the rear end, and a lot of new stuff to the brake system, the steering components, the suspension, 4-inch lift kit. There you see the interior. That pretty much original, but looking very fresh. Cowl induction hood, new air conditioning. Yeah, you see rebuilt and new a lot through the description of this truck.
I think with that rough country lift, it's about a 4-inch lift, I think you said, Bill?
Yes.
It's nice because it kind of reminds you how useful and utilitarian these things really are, but it's not so high that you're going to have issues driving it and trying to make a turn into the grocery store.
Yes.
Not like a Suzuki Samurai, say, from 1986, as we talked about yesterday at breakfast.
Oh, yeah. No,
it's a great look on those.
Yeah, you might wake up some morning and say, today I feel like crushing a car. So this is the kind of blazer I need.
I'm almost afraid to ask how many times you wake up thinking that.
You don't want to ask.
Okay, bid goes on that one, and right behind it is an absolute beauty. It is a 1959 Chevy Apache.
Yeah, we're going to give it to Rutledge. I just want to say real quickly, this is an important truck for Chevrolet through the evolution of their pickups. This was the last year for that task force campaign, which ended, and then they went into the C and the K generation of pickups in 1960. And what do you got, Rutledge?
He was talking to the driver.
Talking to somebody out, yeah.
Rut, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to check. I was looking in there and I saw a beautiful seat and I said, "Hey, are you comfy?" And he said, "Oh, absolutely." It's good to know. I want to know what it really feels like. This one's such a looker. Had a lot of folks excited out in the tent in the staging lanes, but I like the chrome touches they've done there. Those the chrome rails on top of the bed rails are a pretty nice little feature on this one. But great stance to me, Bill.
Our hard-hitting reporter, Rutledge Wood. Are you comfy?
Beautiful truck.
Sometimes they look great, but are they comfortable?
Yeah,
I want to know. Is it something I can get in and drive home?
It's a good
Inquiring
question.
minds want to know.
Well, no need to ask about the sale price. There it is, $47,000. Here is a 1978 K20. Falls right in line with what we were just talking about.
Yes, exactly right. The truck that we just saw led the way for trucks like this. The K20 pickup, 4-wheel drive, fresh, frame-off restoration, 11 miles since they wrapped it up. LS6 5.7, installed by MCRP of Easton, Pennsylvania, not too far from here. Automatic transmission, front disc brakes, Dick Chapek tires, 4-inch lift again from the Blazer we saw previously.
Bill, one thing that's really nice about this, it is a really good mix of modern equipment and an older truck. We see those newer 2500 wheels on there. They look right at home. The interior redone, but with that LS power, the cowl induction hood on there, I think a lot of people feel like, oh, this has got enough oomph to keep up with modern trucks, but you get the styling of an older one. That's a really nicely done truck.
Yeah, well thought out, well executed.
38 pounds and out of bed. 37, 38, 37, 38, 38 pounds and out of bed. 37 pound out of 38 pounds and out of last call. 37 pound, 38 pounds and dollars. Sold 37 pound dollars. Sold 37.
Well, 37, and that's Russ Conklin making that sale official with the crack of that hammer. Is this the first Chevelle we've had today or yesterday? I don't know that we had a Chevelle yesterday. I'm trying to remember.
Wow, yeah, not even the early ones at all.
Might have had one.
Yeah, but not a lot.
In any case, this grabs your attention for a lot of reasons, Bill.
Oh, this is show and go. This is a street machine that will eat your lunch. New 396. That means it's a GM Performance 396, not a vintage 396. Horsepower couldn't tell you because it's been all hot rodded. You've got the Holley 770 Avenger carburetor, Hooker headers, MagnaFlow exhaust, all bolted up to a TKX 5-speed manual from Tremec. Upper and lower control arms are tubular, so it has got just the right combination of ride comfort and performance handling.
Bill, what do you think about that stance?
How can you go wrong? I mean, sometimes they just lower them a little too much, and it just doesn't look right to my eye. But that one, yeah, that ride height is pretty much dead on.
It's great because, again, it's not a huge wheel and tire setup. Sometimes we see that, but that just looks perfect on the ground like that.
Yeah, that's a fast car, too.
55.
That's it, yeah. 55? Yes!
6, 55, 6, 7, 57.
One more.
56, 57.
57?
57,
Yes!
58, sir. 58 pounds and on bed. 50, he's out. 57, 58 pounds and on bed. 7 pounds and on 58 pounds and on. Anyone else? Last call. 58 pounds and on bed. Down. So 57 pounds. So 57 pounds and down. Jared.
Well, 57 buys it, and considering all that went into it, Bill, from the paint to the detailing in the engine room and suspension and all that, oh man, that's well done.
I think the winning bidder came out ahead on that.
So as that one prepares to find its home in a new garage, we'll take a look at a 99 F350 XLT from Ford.
And just to pick up what you said yesterday, Scott, about 100 pickup trucks here in Harrisburg.
Right.
This time around, here's another one. Some of them custom, some of them, like this one, pretty much close to original. Odometer, 48,000 plus miles. Very original. One owner, garage kept. And this got a diesel in it. That Power Stroke, 7.3 liter. Diesel engine with a 6-speed manual transmission. That's a truck for a real man, Rutledge.
It's a real truck, that is for sure. The nice thing is with that 7.3, a lot of people didn't like the transmission, the automatic, as much versus the extra gear they would get out of the 6-liter, but the 6-liter, an inferior engine to the 7.3. With this, no issue. You got a 6-speed manual.
Yep.
You can pull your house down, your neighbor's house down, maybe even the whole neighborhood without even breaking a sweat.
And then get the Blazer and crush a car. Now that's a full day.
It's a dream garage we're building for people today.
Meet the rules in effect. It takes $40,000 to buy, Paul.
Well, you heard
40,000 to
Russ
buy.
say it. The Mecum rule is in effect, and the number you've got to be at is 40 grand.
40 will sell it right to you. Don't have to fight anyone else for it.
Now let's maybe meet halfway, guys. 38. Come on.
You meet in the middle, offer 38, see if he'll come down on his price.
There's other stuff I'm looking at.
36.
Yep.
36 is it.
36 is all I got, guys. You want to take a reserve off?
Standing firm there, so let's ask the consignor, see what he says.
Reserve is off.
Okay, 36 is good enough, as it turns out.
7.3 diesel. 37 pounds and out of it. 36 pounds. 37 pounds. Last call. 37. 38. 37. 38. 38 pounds and out of it. Minus 7 and negative 38 pounds out.
I got a couple other things I'm looking at.
All right, buddy.
Paul, your honor. Sold $37,000. Sold 37 pounds and
Okay,
dollars.
37.
During that waiting game, it's always a question who's going to blink first.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Consigner, bidder, and this time the consigner came down from 40 and sold his truck.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here is 67 El Camino.
Well,
I know.
you know.
I know.
I keep checking my text, waiting for the announcement, but nothing yet on the reintroduced, brand new Chevrolet El Camino. So we'll go back to 1967 for this one. This has been hot rodded. This one, this is going to give you quite a ride. First of all, color, Madeira Maroon, don't see that very often. Upgraded 350 in it with headers, dual exhaust. Tremec, 5-speed manual. And it's not going to sell, at least right now.
I bid there $32,000. I do know that this is our first Pontiac GTO that we've had. 1966, and a beauty it is. Red, black, gut, red lines. Oh.
Yeah, and how about some creativity under the hood?
Tell me.
Would have come with a 389 in 1966. This one has a 455, which came much later. And this one has tri-power from the 389. So a whole mishmash there of Pontiac power. It's got 4-speed manual. Yeah, GTOs pretty much symbolized that 4-speed manual transmission back in the muscle car days. That engine, by the way, has been rebuilt, and they've done forged internals. So we're talking about the rods, crankshafts, things like that. They're stronger than dirt.
Yes, sir.
Stainless exhaust, Hotchkiss suspension, Rally 1 wheels. Good shot of them there with the red lines. But the big story is what they did with that power plant.
And that is a good story.
Yep. It is. 455 came along in 1970. Remember, there was that cubic inch limit on the downsized GM cars that ended in 1970. Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick all had their own 455s. Lightning struck 3 times.
They just repainted that less than a year ago, too. Don't know if you mentioned that, but
no,
that looks fabulous.
It looks like an original color.
Right.
I think it's an OEM color on it.
So $40,000.
40 grand buys it. And that's going to be a fun GTO. There you go.
Oh, you get 4 gears of rubber out of that GTO.
All right, checking in again with Chris Jacobs, looking ahead. Chris.
All right, I know, my 3rd Mopar preview in a row. But there's just too many good ones out here to pass up, Scott. And this is one of my favorite. Homologated in 1970 to qualify for the SCCA Trans Am Series. This is the cousin to the AAR CUDA, the 1970 Dodge Challenger TA. Of course, they all came with that 340 and the 6-pack on top. This one's an automatic torque light transmission done beautifully in FJ5. That is the sublime green, 15-inch rally wheels, of course. You got your fiberglass hood, you got your side pipes, you got your staggered tires, all part of the TA package. Now, these are rare and very collectible, only 2,399 of them made, making them actually just a bit more rare than the AAR CUDAs, of which 27 were made. But wow, what a resto here. Can't wait to see it go across the block. Something else to note, the antenna here is actually on the rear fender because of that fiberglass hood. Stick around, more from Harrisburg coming up as soon as possible.
Oh, if ever there was a Ferrari Hall of Famer, this is one of them that would be there on the first ballot. The 96 Ferrari F50, the successor to the F40, and essentially an F1 car for the street. They only built 349 of them. This one ended up going to Switzerland. Most were here in the U.S., but this is one of 31 in Giallo Modena and Nero, or black interior, that naturally aspirated 513 horse V12. Oh my goodness, we could go on for days, but that car will be up for sale in Monterey in about 3 weeks.
Ferraris in Monterey, like peanut butter and chocolate.
Absolutely. Man, I can't wait. Another GTO. I think the last car we had on the block was a GTO, and here's another one. Convertible this time.
You mentioned how we hadn't had any, and now they're coming out of the woodwork. Yeah, that's got the 400 cube in it, which would have had originally, but it's been all rebuilt, and they added a Tremec 5-speed transmission, manual transmission to it. Mercedes-Benz front seats. How about that?
Wow.
You get the original seats with the car when you buy it. They replaced the convertible top a couple years ago. Front disc brakes, and those are aftermarket wheels that are branded with Hurst center caps, but they're not the original Hurst aftermarket wheels that we love seeing on GTOs.
$29 David to get 30 bid, David to 29 David to get 30 internet. Last call.
Those seats look a little funky in that car, I'll be honest with you.
A little too much headrest going on there, I think.
Yeah.
A little too much altitude.
That's okay, though. 29,000 is going to be a fun car.
Probably comfortable as heck, though.
Oh, no question. And like you said, if you want to put them back, put the originals back in there.
Yep. And the top is down,
easy
so
to do, right.
They earn points for that.
Exactly. All right, here is a 1955 Bel Air Beauville Custom.
Yeah, the Beauville, one of those obscure trim levels for the 55 Chevy station wagons. Comprehensive custom build using, everybody sitting down,
drum roll,
a Grand Wagoneer chassis. How about that for some creativity?
Yes.
Now that sounds like a Rutledge project, if you ask me.
It was surprising to me. Do you know how I first noticed something was different? When you looked at the car, you go, it's a lot higher than even I would assume a factory one would be. And then I went, oh, now that's creative.
That's
what a
creative.
Cool idea.
Yeah. So, you know,
they should have put Mercedes-Benz seats in this.
Put it in that. We're talking about, of course, it's got four-wheel drive, as you can imagine, and a 350 cubic inch small block V8.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Great color combination, too, by the way.
Creamsicle.
Yes.
That's what I think of.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, we'll give you that.
You do?
And high bid for that one at $30,000. So we'll push ahead and zoom in for you a little bit on a Mustang Roush Stage 2 from 2015.
Hide the women and children. Oh, boy. This is a Roush Stage 2 Mustang, meaning a 5-liter with a supercharger and 727 horsepower. All Roush air induction up top there, an aluminum intercooler and high-flow fuel injectors. That'll just drown that engine with enough gasoline to get up to 727 horsepower. Oh, this car's evil. 6-speed manual transmission with a short throw shifter. It'll stop too. Brembos, all 4 wheels. Limited slip rear end, Roush branded 5-spoke wheels with the split spokes.
I think you're
You
gonna get it.
will rule the streets of your hometown with that Mustang.
Yeah, congratulations, sir.
And 35 will buy that Roush Mustang. Well done, folks. Okay, 1967 Camaro Rally Sport.
And this one has been hot rodded, as you can see. And just about everywhere you look. Of course, we start underneath the hood. It's a 350. Edelbrock, high-rise aluminum intake. See that in just a second underneath that open element air cleaner. Holley carburetor, a crane cam with headers, Flowmaster exhaust, and a 4-speed Muncie. Her shifter, 10-bolt positive traction rear end. Cowl induction hood. There you see the interior right there, accessory gauges, and that classic look, having that tachometer strapped around the steering column.
Bill, what's really cool to me about the graphics, of course, on the side, you see the big arrow, but when you take a look on the hood, the way that they did the stripes, it actually makes a little arrow down the center of the hood. So you kind of get that good perspective, especially in a drag racer's mind. There's only one way we're going.
Yep.
Dead ahead.
And you notice a little arrow motif on the side as well.
Absolutely.
Kind of ties it all together.
27 was the number, as the bidders will have that as a point of reference as it goes to bid goes on. Turbo Trans Am, an SE edition now from 1990, or 1980, sorry.
Big changes for the Trans Am. We're going through that period right now. Coming down from those 400 cube V8s, now we're down to a 301 cubic inch with a turbo. And these cars were not really torque monsters as 1980 came in, and a lot of the cars we love because of their horsepower are going through some evolution. Turbo hydromatic, 350, positive traction rear end, 342 gears. Things got better a few years later when we saw those Super Duty cars come in.
Bill, was the perception at the time like, oh, cool, they're bringing a turbo in, they're using a little different technology with a car that we love?
Yeah.
Or how was it kind of received?
You know what? The purists, they would have none of it. They wanted the big inches, they wanted the big torque V8 engines, and this was culture shock. Suddenly they were gone. You had to get used to it.
And was it ultimately the Japanese auto manufacturers that were really using turbos to make more power? Is that kind of what started GM in that direction?
Yes, the turbo generation, yeah. Did I mention the Super Duty's 83? No. I lost my way just for a moment. That was 73 and 74. And now, you know, we wish we had Super Duty cars in the 1980s.
They were just kind of out there on an island in those 2 years, weren't they?
That's it. And you know what? God bless the engineers at Pontiac that made those cars possible.
Yep. All right, we move on after the high bid reached $29,000. Here is 1934 Zipper Touring Roadster.
All right, class, listen carefully. You may never have heard of the Zipper. Zipper Motor Cars, founded by Darrell Zip. He's a Vietnam War veteran. He worked as an artist before being hired by Ed Big Daddy Roth. So remember him and all those outrageous cars and cartoons he came up with. So this is one of the Zipper Motor Cars, you might say aftermarket hot rod roadster. There's not an OEM part to be found on the body of the chassis, but you know, the powertrain is a 350 V8 with a turbo 350 automatic. Winters quick change rear end. And a lot of imagination going into this little highboy.
Trev Morvac has the bid at 27. They're asking for 30.
Interesting induction on this engine too. Got tri-power on it, on that 350. But all detailed. I mean, it is show quality from front to rear. See the big quick change rear end hanging out the back.
I'll save you 500. Give me 29.
29,000, Mitch. I'm going to close the bid at 29 as well. Takes 35,000 to buy.
We're way
On the block now, showing like F58.1.
29,000. The bid goes on.
S281 supercharged with a 5-speed, one of only 7 fitted in Legend line.
So we'll move to, I think they were going to move on, right? Or are they back on that car? Yeah, they've moved on. Yeah. So we will as well. 2005 Mustang Celine S281. That's next.
Yeah, another 4.6-liter V8 that we are seeing rather frequently here, and everybody has their own approach to getting more power out of them. This one is supercharged. It's got the Brent Speed 500 horsepower tuning package in it. And Steve Celine, he got his fingerprints on this build with a Celine MagnaFlow exhaust and X-pipe. 5-speed manual. Good look at it there. Looked like Steve Celine autographed the dashboard there. Celine branded Brembo front brakes, GT500 rear rotors, so it'll stop as well as go.
And that was a pretty rare color for the Mustang in that era, but even more rare to find a Celine done that way. That thing looks great.
Yep. Legend Lime is what they call that metallic paint.
I get down 6, 7. Iron David to get here 47. I get 46 down under David to 7 to bid. Iron David to get 47. I get 47 down under David to get 7 to bid.
Getting some strong money.
See you lose it. Get 47, sir. 47. Got 46, 47.
What was that green that they had in the Mustang back in the day? That wasn't even, they didn't call it green. It was like black jade.
Black jade.
Was that similar?
Yeah. No, much darker.
It reminds me of that.
Okay.
Yeah, the Boss 9 had a black jade option.
Right. Yeah. And then they had a lime green paint.
Right. Well, 46,000 buys this one, and another custom pickup truck is next. How about this GMC from 1972 Rutledge?
That's right.
Take us through this one.
Yeah, beautiful GMC here, laid out on airbags, LS6 under the hood. But let me show you one of the things that makes this so cool. These big wheel tubs in here, these are called slosh tubs. Mike Losh makes these, and they're fiberglass for C10s. It makes them for lots of different trucks. And the idea is that when you have these tubs in, you can lower it all the way down on that air ride system, and everything tucks in there. They tuck underneath the hood, but a beautiful setup. It's got Kindig door handles on it. This is one that has been catching eyes all weekend long out here, but especially under the tent. Oh, and I wonder if we're going to see it air up. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah. What a beautiful setup, guys.
Yeah, I have air ride in my Jeep Grand Cherokee airlift, and I love to air it out. and then I'll wait until someone's walking by and they'll air it up and they'll go, oh.
I think he accidentally hit the air horn. And Dan and I just jumped out of our skid. Whoopsie daisy. Boy, that MagnaFlow sounded great. I thought, oh, this thing sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Then he hit the air horn.
Yeah, I thought it was a phone bidder for a minute. Kidding. 65,000 and the hammer falls. And that couple right there is over the moon with that. That's going to be her pickup truck, it looks like, huh? Very cool. That is fun. Nicely done. Okay, here's another Mustang from 1972. It appears to be dressed as a Mach 1.
It does appear to be dressed like a Mach 1, but it's not. It's got a 351 in it. And this is the F code, so that's not the big boy. 250 horse, automatic, power steering and brakes, factory air, loaded AM/FM radio, buckets and console, the sport deck rear seat, and the Magnum 500 wheels. And now we'll kind of take you around the car and get a closer look at it. Boy, you get that grabber blue and those Magnum 500 wheels, and already you've got me.
Oh, man.
You know?
Yes, sir.
Perfect match.
It's got a deluxe Marty report. I don't know if you mentioned that.
Yes, I see that. Yep.
Okay, big deal there. 30,000 is the bid. And boy, does it have the look. That's maybe a 4 Twinkie car.
Yes. 4.5. Yeah.
Very nice. Right there in the front row. That gentleman had a good look at it as it rolled by his vantage point. And that one goes in the sold column. Back with more from Harrisburg. Hammer that car, young man. Yes, indeed. Oh, welcome back to Harrisburg. This is the scene just about 4 hours ago when the gates opened at 8 o'clock Eastern. The lines, every time we've been here, Bill, have just stretched around the building and out into the parking lot. Folks are just clamoring to get in, and it's almost like they run to the front row and they run to catch their seats, man. It's crazy, but we love it.
I thought it was a banana ball game.
Oh. No, sir. No, but really, the automotive enthusiasts in this part of the country, we talk about it every time we come here. They're so passionate.
Well, we're drawing people from New England, New York, of course, Pennsylvania, all up and down the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, it's a terrific event here. Happy to bring it to you on ESPN Plus once again this year. 1974 GMC custom pickup is rolling right in front of our vantage point here, Bill.
If you've ever seen a classified ad for a modified car and it says too much to list, this is what we're talking about on this truck right here. Over $10,000 invested just on the upgrades. That doesn't count all of the parts and all of the modifications that went into it. 5.3 liter, fuel injected, aftermarket engine, Holley Sniper, electronic fuel injection, Holley valve covers, the machine pulley kit, all the appearance items, valve covers, all of the harnesses and wiring underneath, all beautifully detailed, which you may have seen just as the hood was coming down. 4L60E automatic transmission, and boy, for $40,000, you couldn't replicate the interior on that truck for that kind of money.
That's amazing.
It is.
Hey, I'm really interested to see what happens with this next car, Bill. It is 2014 Corvette, the beginning of the C7 era. This is a 3LT coupe, but it's got just a shade over 9,000 miles on the car.
Yeah, and it's not a stripper. This is the way a lot of people would have ordered their C7 Corvette. Of course, the last generation before the mid-engine Corvette, the C8. It arrived in 2020. This car is not a Z06. It is not a ZR1, but it still has 455 horsepower out of that 6.2 liter V8.
Man.
6-speed automatic. Manuals were available for the last time in a Corvette during this generation. Bose sound system. It's got the nav, the head-up display, Brembo brakes, the chrome wheels, the magnetic ride control, the aero package. And the reserve just came off.
Reserve, yes, at 45 grand. Little carbon fiber fuel filler cap on the driver's side there. That's kind of a cool touch. Maybe an option, or I'm not sure what the deal is there, but I love the way it looks.
Oh, yeah.
And 45.
Goodbye.
I agree.
Yeah, carbon fiber is almost like the must-have wardrobe accessory on high-end cars these days.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And I tell you, 2014, a sub 10,000 mile car. Lots of life left in that one.
Oh, man, right color and wheels.
All right, 68 Camaro right behind it.
Second year for the Camaro. There you see the little 327 cubic inch small block, which was available throughout the entire first gen of the Camaro from 67 to 69. And of course, the 350 came in as well. So you had your choices. That one you could see the automatic with the basket handle shifter, the staple shifter, the horseshoe shifter, call it whatever you like. Yeah, and a car that's not going to dazzle you with a lot of extras. Pretty simple but effective 68 first-gen Camaro. 46,000 miles showing on the odometer. You got the rally wheels and the black sidewall tires, no white letters. Yeah, very kind of a subdued kind of feel on that car.
Let it dazzle you when you climb behind the wheel and hit that accelerator.
Yeah.
Reserve is up. There's 185. The reserve comes up right there.
275 horsepower. But in a little light car like that, you're not going to get bored.
The reserve is no more on this 68 Camaro, and it just sold for $38,000. Well, you know by now that NPD, National Parts Depot, the industry's largest restoration parts supplier, they have a dozen full-color, specific model car and truck catalogs for you when you're getting set to do a restoration. And right now it's time for our NPD preview with none other than Chris Jacobs.
Thank you, Scott. Well, let's talk a little bit about the car first. There's a reason it's inside. It's a commemorative car and a rather rare one. This is a 1972 Mustang powered by that 351 backed up by an automatic transmission. And it is the Mustang Sprint Fastback. 9,400 approximately were made to celebrate the 1972 Olympics. Getting a look at the USA American flag emblem on the quarter there. This is done in Wimbledon white with blue stripes outlined in red. It was to celebrate the 1972 Olympics in Munich and Sapporo, Japan. Color-matched front bumper. Now, listen, if you've got a project Mustang that you're going to fully restore or just need some parts for, this is the place you need to turn to. And with more on that, I'll turn it over to Bill.
It's the magic book. Everything you'll need for your restoration for any generation of the Mustang, by the way. NPD, they've got you covered. Hello to Rick Schmidt, the COO, a good friend of Mecum, who we'll be seeing down the road at one of our upcoming auctions, I'm sure. And he's a real car guy, has a collection of his own. It's a family-owned company, so you can imagine just how comprehensive the NPD catalog is.
And there's the website, nationalpartsdepot.com. Visit the website, give them a call too. They actually always answer the phones. Here's a 72 Mustang that looks nothing like that Team USA commemorative car.
Right.
This is a total custom build here, Bill. The reserve's off, just sold for $22,000.
What do we say?
Hey, I said the Mustang we had before was an F-code 351. There's no such thing. That would have been a 302. And this is a 302 F-code car.
Okay.
So that's what jogged my memory. And yeah, it sells for a very attractive price, Scott.
One of our many late model Mercedes-Benzes here from 2009, this one, an SL 550 convertible.
Yes, the 550 tells you it's powered by the 5.5 liter, 382 horsepower V8. And, of course, an automatic transmission. Mercedes-Benz should have put manuals in a lot of these. How much more fun would they be to drive? You know, if you had a nice 6-speed to click off those gears. But automatics, so we'll live with it. Beautiful job of preparing this car as well, as it just dazzles under the lights here. 69,000 miles on the odometer, all the options, including those 18-inch alloy wheels.
22 on Mercedes, 21, 22.
21 grand. The car is for sale.
Yeah, diamond white, by the way, is the name of that color, which certainly fits it. It's got bling.
23, 4. Oh my goodness, that car's parked right in front of you.
I got you.
24, you're going to quit me now. 24, young lady.
23.5. That's
24, 23, 24. Go ahead and do it, sir.
That bad. 23.5.
24, 23, 24. 23, 24.
Big headrest there.
23.5.
You see the wind blocker behind those seats.
23.5. Okay.
Yeah, that wind blocker's there because a lot of the owners of these cars back in the day were losing their hair pieces.
He gave 23.5. Give me 24.
Oh! Now 25.
We did a thing on Top Gear once where we had bought a convertible for a celebrity. We didn't know who it was, and that thing came up because we had to drive as fast as we could and see when it would lift our toupee off. Ironically, it turned out to be for Donald Trump.
I hope that episode's on YouTube. I want to see that.
Oh, my goodness. It sold for $24,000 in case you missed that from the storytelling that was going on. We'll take a break and be back here in a moment. Oh, that's just a little sneak peek there at some of the cars in the building, the expo hall here at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex, as we continue our live coverage here on ESPN Plus. About an hour in, we're here until 5 o'clock Eastern. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, and the entire gang here with the cameras and the sights and sounds from Mecum Harrisburg. 1970 Chevelle Super Sport. That is what we're looking at. A real deal Super Sport here too, Bill.
Yeah, and a real deal 454, but not the LS6, the one that gets all the talk. This is the LS5. That's the 360 horse 454. And it's got an automatic behind it, the Turbo 400. But they did upgrade the intake and the carb, so a little more punch there. Got factory air.
There is one LS6 here. It'll be running tomorrow.
One of the feature cars on the Mecum website.
Yes, indeed. Bid right now at $49,000.
47, internet. 47, 46,000. You want to get 47, 8, 48, 47 bid. You want to give 8. Thank you. 47 bid, 48. So $47,000 to the Meganet. So
I would call that market correct.
Yeah, wouldn't dispute that.
Upper 40s, low 50s, maybe.
How about this super cool 1961 Buick? This is an Invicta convertible.
One of the 3 trim levels was Sabre, Electra, and Invicta. And of course, as the demographic for these cars gets higher and higher, they will be introducing the Dementia as the 4th trim level. I'm only kidding.
Oh, the good stuff right there. How about how laid out this one is, Bill? This has been eye-catching outside the whole morning long with those kind of salt flat finish.
Oh yeah, the Halliburton kidney bean wheels. Yes,
they just look so good on
Good pickup. Thing I really think is cool about these cars, though, is this is the 401 cubic inch Wildcat 445 V8. 445 is the torque which Buick would put on the air cleaner to advertise how much torque these engines had. But this one, going to the bid, goes on.
And once again, I keep harping on it like I did yesterday, but top up on that car. I want to see that top down. I want to see that gorgeous interior. So much style on these Buicks.
Well, you know, I've been harping on that for 17 years, and you think by now they would do it every time. But they're not. Tells you how much clout I have.
Well, they just like to hear you gripe about it.
Might be it.
Here's a 66 Olds Tornado, a significant car. in the automotive history books.
Yep, talking about that front-wheel drive, of course. First front-wheel drive American car since the Cord, I believe, in 1937. And I always think about Jay Leno when I see these cars, because he actually took a Tornado and converted it back to rear-wheel drive. Yeah. And 1,000 horsepower. It's amazing, amazing car. But I believe that one was a 68. This one's a 66.
Yep, I've seen custom jobs on these making them all-wheel drive. This front-wheel drive, very sophisticated for its time, too. This was the car of the year, the Motor Trend car of the year in '66. Cadillac followed suit not long thereafter with their own version of the front-wheel drive. This car held in storage for nearly 20 years, and it looks great. Factory air, AM/FM radio. It's got that revolving drum speedometer. I think we used to call that the meat scale speedometer back then.
Don't lose it, don't lose
385 horse, 4
1/4
cubic inch rocket V8 with a 3-speed automatic.
Sure?
Yeah, that slot machine Speedo is such a cool design feature on these cars. There's an old wives' tale associated with the name of the car. It is not a misspelling of tornado. It is a completely made-up word that became the model for this Olds.
$32,000 buys it. So it will head out to new ownership. Let's see if the same will be said in a few minutes for this 1967 Firebird Custom.
Yeah, a little bit of a story behind this car. Owned by the current owner for 40 years.
Wow.
So it'll be a little bit of emotion if this sells, I gotta believe. 4-year restoration and custom modifications on this course first year for the Firebird in '67. And they've hot rodded the engine. Edelbrock intake. Holley 750 CFM 4-barrel. They improved the cooling system with a 4-row radiator. Magnaflow exhaust and a Tremec 6-speed. Dana 60 limited slip rear end. All the best stuff went into this build.
Maybe my favorite thing, Bill, that TMI interior they did, those seats in my 68 Camaro, especially as tall as I am, that changed everything about that car to me. So much comfort. Have you driven on those before?
Oh, yeah, TMI, they're amazing. I've seen them in many, many builds. And to piggyback off of what you said, my favorite touch are those custom wheels that are based on the original Pontiac wheels that you would have found on this car. And they even have the PMD center caps in there just to keep it authentic appearing. Really like that touch.
Aftermarket Rally 2 wheels that are deep dished, so there's more offset.
Chris, we could buy it, paint it red, and then roll out and check out America's greatest diners, drive-ins, and dives.
I thought it was a Camaro that he drives.
It is.
Is it okay if we take a break?
Sure.
We're excited to announce that Atturo Tires is now the exclusive tire of Mecum Auctions, offering a lineup engineered for performance beyond the block. Whether you're carving corners in a sports car, behind the wheel of some muscle, or rolling in a luxury SUV, the AZ Series delivers. From the street to the strip to the trail, Atturo Tires delivers performance within reach.
Well, and that is brand new for us. Breaking news. And happy to welcome Atturo Tires, the official tire partner of Mecum Auctions, here on display in Harrisburg. And you can find out more going to that website, atturo.com/Mecum. They will get you covered on the corners. Yes, sir. Let's check out what's happening with this Cobra replica from our friends at Backdraft. This is a 1965 Roadster replica, Bill. What do you think?
Yeah, they do a nice job on these Cobra replicas. Backdraft been around for a while. This one with a big block in it, 427, which is correct for this particular Cobra SC body style. This was built about 7 years ago. It has 1,500 miles on the odometer. Edelbrock goodies on the engine, including the aluminum cylinder heads and the intake. Got a roller cam in it, MSD ignition. Tubular headers heading into those side exhausts, and a Tremec 5-speed manual transmission. And once again, Cobra replicas continue to be the equivalent of what we would call hot rods back in the day, because people very rarely build them now to faithful nut and bolt complete reflections of the original cars. Everybody takes a little bit of liberty with these, whether it's the engine drivetrain, the color. We see them with twin roll bars sometimes, the color of the interior, things like that. They personalize them, and they're still very valuable when they come to the marketplace. Look at this, in the mid to upper 70s.
Let me ask you this question, Bill. What's behind that? Is it the fact that people just want to have their own expression of what they think it should look like or could have looked like, or maybe is it too difficult to really be spot on with a all-in replica?
Well, to answer your question quickly, if you really want a dead-on Cobra replica, you go to Shelby, get one of the continuation cars, very expensive,
yes,
if you will, or a Kirkham car, again, pricey but worth it. Or when you build your own, you're not really looking for originality, because remember, those cars from the original Cobras, they go back to the 1960s. So younger people now, they don't really have that emotional connection to those cars.
Yep.
So they just personalize them.
Okay, all good. And by the way, that was a $72,000 high bid on that Cobra replica. Now to the 74 GTO that Rutledge had at the beginning of the program today.
And Bill, you can really see that red interior just popping under the lights. You know, a pretty rare car. I think it was one of a little over 7,000 that was made.
Yeah.
And it's interesting with that 3-speed in there. I feel like you might want to swap that to at least a 4, possibly a 5. That 350 will scoot, but there's just kind of nothing else like that. I don't think you're going to see another one in your town.
Hey, if I'm going to do an engine swap, I'm going with a 455 or a Ram Air 4. Or, I really wish these cars had more motor. Of course, this is 1974, and the heyday of the muscle car is over. But with the looks of this car and just the provenance of the GTO nameplate, I just wish maybe it had more under the hood. But you are correct. They are rare, and they're still collectible because this was the final year of the GTO until 2004 when they came back for a few years based on the Holden Monaro.
Okay, the bid goes on here on that GTO. We have all been waiting on the next car all day. Here it is, 1968 Barracuda Formula S that we do not see very often.
Great restoration on this. Chris gave us a preview on this, I believe, earlier. And that is the 340. I think, Chris, and I know you know the correct answer here, I think you said that this replaced the 383, replaced the 273.
It did, and what I meant was it gave buyers another option within the Formula S package to choose either the 383 or the small block 340, which was a better option if you wanted handling. If you wanted straight ahead grunt, you went with the 383.
Right,
the other items in that Formula S package were a hopped up suspension, those 14-inch slotted wheels wrapped up in the red line tires, and let me tell you, this is a phenomenal restoration here. Also, those special Formula S badges on the front fender as well as on the hood insert says 340S. Get a shot from the jib, we can see that. And one family has owned this car since new. That's really, really special.
That's we love to see stuff like that.
I'd love to hear the story as to why they're finally giving it up after all these years, but man, this is a special car.
And you will not find a better one, because this is a double award winner from the AACA, Senior Grand National First Place, National Award winning car, and a McCacken Concours Gold as well. My goodness.
Yeah, and that sold for strong money too, $52,000. I often think in '68 when they came out with the BO29 Hemi Cudas for the drag racing folks, 80 of those were built. Kind of stole the thunder on these cars. People were all excited about those Hemi cars, but this one, it certainly has held its own on the auction block today.
No doubt about it. 52, as you mentioned. Here is 2017 GMC Sierra now.
It's a big boy truck. You see the crew cab on there. It is diesel powered. It's got the Duramax 6.6 liter. The L5P code. Allison automatic transmission. And of course 4-wheel drive, that goes without saying. Leather interior, heated and cooled seats. It's another truck that makes you feel like you're in a car.
It's interesting, one of my closest friends back home, Kevin, has one of these, and he commutes in it up to Atlanta a few days a week, and I'm always like, buddy, do you want to get something smaller? He's like, no, it actually gets pretty good mileage and real comfortable in there. I was like, okay, man, but yeah, people love them, Bill.
Oh, they do, yeah. And it didn't take long to sell it.
People see that coming in the rearview mirror, they'll move over out of courtesy, too.
He said
Big
the
enough.
same thing.
Did he really?
Yep.
Good for Kevin, man. I like Kevin. We need to meet Kevin.
Oh, yeah, he's great.
All right. Z28 time once again from 1970. That's what we're looking at. Front and center.
This might be our first Gen 2 Z28 here in Harrisburg, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 1970, yeah, Generation 2 begins, and we got changes under the hood. We're going to a 350 cubic inch small block with 360 horsepower. That replaced the 302 from the previous gen. That engine, by the way, built by the Rhine Competition Engines guys over in Gary, Indiana. They do a lot of engines for drag racers. Turbo hydromatic, get a 4-speed too, but this was the first year. The Z28 will give you an automatic. 373 gears, power brakes. Sport mirrors, tinted glass, so some extra cost options tacked onto this Z car. Classic copper.
Yeah, I love that color. I was just about to mention the color. We see so many of these in blue. It's nice to see this color going across in a great contrast to that saddle interior.
Now, don't diss the blue, Chris.
Never, Scott, never. It's nice to see one.
I know, I'm just messing with you.
Did they make this color copper at a time before they had used the word brown, or is it just me?
Wow, that's so cerebral.
That's
wow.
I mean, that's more brown than copper.
I've never been asked that before.
71, last call. Okay, thank you.
Crickets.
Got it. Maybe it's milk chocolate. I mean, it's definitely, there's something to it.
I don't know.
Hey, you know what? We're in the Rutledge, we're in the neighborhood for Hershey's chocolate.
Oh, that's perfect. It must be Hershey's milk chocolate copper.
Can I interrupt you girls for just a second? That Z28 bid to $70,000.
No, it's sold for $70,000. That's our #1 car of the day.
Okay.
It's the color.
Yes, right. I agree. Sweet. Nobody got that either. Ford Thunderbird next, 57.
Can I go now?
Go.
Thanks.
Go.
Yeah, this is the third and final year of the Baby Birds. Flame red, black and white interior. It's got the 312 in it. That became available in 56. It was the optional engine. The 292 was available all 3 years. 567. 312, 245 horsepower, automatic transmission. Look at the inside of that T-Bird. Factory new. Power steering, power windows, and the power seat. Very desirable option in these first-gen T-Birds. Kelsey Hayes wire wheels, wide white wall tires.
Reserve is off, too.
Yeah.
Oh, no reserve, actually.
Non-factory upgrades, by the way. Power disc brakes, radial tires, and a high-capacity radiator. And yes, now we can give it to the new owner.
And $34,000, not unreasonable on that car. Cool little Camaro here, 1969, 350 under the hood.
Yeah, we're not told which 350. You had your choices in 1969. We'll take a look. Open element air cleaner. There's a cast iron intake manifold. Got the cast finned valve covers. So we'll give it 300 horsepower, just to be safe. Automatic, power steering, front disc brakes, bucket seats and console. And there you see the blue interior.
Ooh, that's sharp.
Yeah, it looks great.
How about that?
Up against that silver. Inca silver and Cortez silver are a couple of the silver colors through the GM catalog. Not a Z28, so disregard the badge.
Yep.
American Racing, torque thrust wheels, torque thrust 2.
$47,000.
Gray
Anybody
centers.
give $46,000? 45. $46,000. How about you? 46. $46,000. 45 is the bid. I got you at 45. Yeah, I know.
Pretty good money for a non
Yes.
C28.
Yeah.
46. You can put it away all you
Great
want. It won't
paint.
help. 45, 46.
Really showing up well under the Mecum lights
Oh, yeah,
here.
that car's flawless.
Front discs, rear
Close bid,
drums.
$45,000 in the bid goes on. F83.
Well, good money, but not quite good enough to satisfy the reserve. So we'll bid that one farewell at $45,000. And the car right behind it is another 09 Mercedes-Benz SL 550.
This one is blue, dark blue, tan interior, the 5.5-liter V8, power retractable hardtop. And by now, well, just about everybody's familiar with some of the comfort and convenience features you'll find in these Benzes, even going all the way back to 2009. Leather interior, the heated and cooled seats, dual zone climate control. Those carpets are clean. Somebody took good care of this Benz.
There's another one of those toupee securing wind guards.
Hairpiece barrier. Yeah.
And add this to the list of the early to mid 2000 Mercedes-Benz's high sticker price cars that are going for reasonable money now. And as you pointed out, that interior is super clean.
And you know, it should be mentioned that these cars are so resilient. So many of them are being driven every day with over 200,000 miles on the odometer. And you just maintain them. Sometimes the repairs, a little bit more money than you might spend on your Chevy Trisket, whatever you're driving. You're going to enjoy the experience of having one of these cars.
Is that a Trisket GT or just a straight Trisket?
The Cobo Trisket.
$25,000. $25,000.
Oh, you watch, man. They're going to come out with a Trisket before they do the El Camino.
Yeah, you Jimmy?
Give $25,000.
$24,000 is the bid.
Be 25. Sure.
So, 20.
There you go. Jimmy gave everybody a chance to jump in.
Congratulations.
Sure did.
F84 from the family collection of 74 Mustang.
$24,000 it is.
Automatic transmission.
All right, so let's move on to a 1970 Mustang. This one not dressed like a Mach 1 as we saw with the previous Grabber Blue edition.
Nope, and it's not a Boss Mustang look-alike, but you see that? That's an engine that you couldn't get in your 1970 Mustang back in the day. That's a 460. That is a broad-shouldered V8 that's going to give you somewhere around 380, maybe 400 horsepower, the way that is set up with an automatic. Bucket seats in the console, keeping everything cool under the hood with that aluminum radiator. Got the rear louvers, front and rear spoilers, and the Magnum 500 wheels.
You know, it's refreshing to see a Mustang too that's not badged out like it's something that it's not. You know, it's got an upgrade under the hood, and it says that on the side of it, and that's all you really need. You don't need to front.
What do you feel like that would have driven like in the time if someone had put one of those in? Is that just going to destroy everything else, or was it? Do you think you'd feel like the 454 getting dropped into cars that had a 350 equivalent?
Well, you know, with that engine over the nose, it's going to be nose heavy. You know that. But that makes it easier to smoke the rear tires. So, you know, you come out a winner.
36, 37.
All right, still working on it at $36,000.
Yeah, that was always the rap on those big block Mustangs. It's a lot of weight over the nose, the 428s and 429s. And they didn't get independent suspension until much later than this.
42, 1, 2, 42, 42, 43, 43. Reserve is on.
Good luck, sir.
42, 43. I have 42,000. You better get 43.
I bought a beautiful car.
Sold.
Yeah.
Okay, that gentleman bought it for $42,000. Very nice.
Boy, it wouldn't take much to make that a Boss 429 look-alike.
You're right.
Because the original cars didn't have anything really on the outside except that fender decal.
Exactly. Yeah, super easy. All right, maybe some plan is being hatched somewhere.
Yeah.
On to a 1978 F-150 Ranger now.
One of our 100 pickups here in Harrisburg. This one with a 351. There it is. Open element air cleaner, but not a lot of doodads underneath there. Pretty original looking.
Guys, I want to take you back to the McIntosh High School parking lot, Peachtree City, Georgia.
Oh, please do.
My buddy Lee Dixon had a 78. There was this exact paint color, and I thought for sure this is the coolest dude at our high school. Every day, and it was at a time where we were kind of in that era where not a lot of people were driving old cars, but they didn't have new cars either. They were in that kind of weird, like, okay car era. Lee Dixon every day drove this thing, and I was like, that's the color. I met his kids like 5 years ago at a fair or something. I walked up, I was like, your dad's the coolest dude I knew in high school.
Now, when you say same color, did that include the Hershey milk chocolate brown?
Yes, it was that exact color. It was incredible. Loved it.
Very cool. How about that? 33, I believe, was the high bid on that F-150 Ranger. We're going to break away with more cool trucks and cars and more straight ahead. Once again, a packed house, nary a seat to be had here at Harrisburg, PA, the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and Expo Center. And it is deep. And at the moment, everybody's focused on this 2018 Land Rover Range Rover. So we will as well. Reserves off $25,000.
A mere pittance compared to its MSRP. And boy, look at that. That is a well-preserved and well-maintained 2018 Range Rover. All the extras too. It's a puffed-out truck.
Yeah, for $25,000, that's not bad at all.
Oh man, everything: dual zone, power seat, memory seat, steering windows, keyless entry, yada 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 yada. It's just too much for me to get into right now. So
I think that was an extra yada, but that's okay. Because there was a long list of goodies.
Yes.
Next is a 1964 Morgan Plus 4 Roadster that's on our block, selling at no reserve.
Anybody remember the original Woodstock Music Festival in 1969? Well, the man that produced the Woodstock Music Festivals, Michael Lang, owned this car. He bought it in 1977.
Oh.
And boy, you want to talk about a cult following. These original Morgans from this time period, oh, they have such a loyal audience. And a little quirky, these cars had their own little idiosyncrasies. You know that an ash wood frame, that's just the beginning. And not a whole lot of horsepower, a little 2.1 liter inline 4 and a 4-speed manual. And it only took $17,000 to change hands.
Hey, that's cool.
Yeah, it is.
1957 Bel Air Custom. And they've done some good work on this machine.
Yeah, this is a showgoer right here. 5.7 liter Corvette engine. That's the fuel injected, of course, Corvette engine. And that is the OEM fuel injection, not the sniper setup that we see on a lot of builds. 700 R4 automatic with overdrive, power steering, 4-wheel disc brakes, vintage air. 18-inch wheels in the front, 20-inch wheels out in the back. See the dual exhaust tips there in chrome. Dakota digital dash, low car shifter, good shot of it right there. And a little dress up going on the dashboard as well. Very simple build, but effective. And it is show worthy, that's for sure. You know, Scott, we might have to add the 57 Chevy to our list of most popular subjects for hot rods. We mentioned the 32 Ford, 55 Chevy, the 40 Ford.
Yeah.
How about the 57 Chevy? That should be right in there.
Yes, I'm not going to argue that at all. Because, and we've talked many times about this over the years, how different they all are.
Yep.
Restore them back to stock, yes. I mean, that's a thing, and that's very cool to see. But, man, I tell you, when you start going a completely different direction. I mean, it's like every spoke on the compass is worthy of attention. I mean, it's just such a great platform.
You go day 2, mile custom, full resto mod.
Oh,
you know, the list is endless.
It is. And that one sold for $46,000, by the way. Here's a 1966 F350. Lots of apparent originality. However, not there.
Not there. No, but you take a look at this truck on the outside, and it's like
well, yep, you're heading over to the barn later on today to get a few bales of hay to take out to the North 40. Yeah.
But it's got some unconventional power, as you just saw. A Gen 3 5-liter Coyote is resting in his old patina-ridden Ford pickup. Look at the bed. Yikes. Oh, boy. Plaid interior, boy, that takes you back. Original paint, and put some power brakes on it so it can stop, power steering. Aftermarket wheels painted black, but that is not added patina. That is genuine, 100% original patina.
Yes, indeed. I'm going to start calling you the Mel Blanc of Mecum Television.
A man of 1,000 voices.
Yep. Look at the bidding on this, Bill. $80,000.
Oh man, who would have thought, huh? Well, probably 50,000 of that is the Coyote upgrade. Just plumbing that in there, getting everything to hook up, bolt up.
And you would never suspect the custom interior and the digital gauges and all that from distance.
And you know, I don't know if it's a 4-wheel drive truck. I don't know if with that Coyote in there, you would be able to engineer 4-wheel drive. Maybe you could, I don't know. But I think a 2-wheel drive with the Coyote would be a much easier conversion to do. And there's no mention of 4-wheel drive on the information provided by the consignor.
True, and
looks like the front end has a diff under there, but
yes,
I don't know.
High bid of $85,000. Wowzers. That is a cool piece.
That's
all the way
Fuller,
around.
huh?
It sure is. You get out your microscope or your magnifying, or maybe both. 1969 or 68 Camaro Super Sport is right behind that amazing pickup truck.
Yeah, big block power. My guess, 396. And there you go. Yeah, that has all the trappings of an L78. High-rise aluminum intake, big 4-barrel. You see the aftermarket chrome valve covers too. Muncie M20 wide ratio 4-speed out back. 12-bolt posi rear end with 373 gears. That's that intermediate gear ratio that I like to see. It gives you enough down below, but the car's not out of breath when you're on the highway doing 65 miles an hour. Had headers on it as well. You may have seen those. Flowmaster exhaust. And that is an OEM yellow color there. Black vinyl top and a black interior. I won't tell you about the first generation Camaro. It almost became my first car when I was 17 years old, because I don't want to make you cry.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you anyway.
Tell me. Go ahead.
I went to the dealer and I applied for financing and I was turned down. And I couldn't get anybody to co-sign on my loan because back in those days, everybody was very protective of their credit rating.
Yes.
And they said, Bill Stevens, co-sign for him? No, he can walk like the rest of us. That was the end of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still get a little choked up talking about it.
I can tell.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it, man. 91 Trans Am convertible that we're looking at the engine room here.
Yeah, straight original 5-liter automatic transmission, pretty green. Look at that interior too. That bucket seat looks so soft and plush. You know what? I think I could take my nap in that seat. Not now. Yeah, this is a lot of eyeball, huh? And it's not going to be a lot of money, I'm telling you. This is a 1991, so going back, what, 35 years?
I love that. I've always loved this color combination.
Yeah.
That dark green, the tan-ish interior, the wheels.
Yeah, the wheels, those are factory wheels.
Right.
And the aftermarket wheels are copying those. That's how great a design that is.
And just $17,000.
Yeah.
Didn't sell.
Won't take much more.
It's still out there, right.
Yeah.
It's available. Let's go to 1972 for a minute and check out this yellow Roadrunner that the guys at Plymouth put together.
Yeah, Chris gave us a look at this earlier in our program. 1972, the Hemi is gone, the 446 pack. So what do you got? 400 cubic inch V8. This one's been bored 30 over, little cleanup job on the cylinders. I'm guessing maybe 300, 325 horse. 4-speed manual transmission, aluminum heads from Edelbrock, and an upgrade on the intake of the 4-barrel. Stainless exhaust. Hirsch shifter on the 4-speed manual, and of course, the American Racing 5-spoke wheels. Yeah, this is the beginning of a whole new era for Detroit.
Oh, big time.
As everything was changing. I mean, in a year or two, unleaded fuel was coming in, compressions are coming down, emissions are becoming more stringent. We're going through the oil embargo, the gasoline shortages. We're changing the horsepower ratings from gross to net. And it just too much too soon.
I went from 3rd grade to 4th grade.
Wow.
I don't even know if that's accurate.
How many years were you in 3rd grade, though?
A couple.
A couple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, dear. Okay, $39,000 bought that road. You know, I wonder where Chris and Rutledge are. We haven't heard from them in a minute. We're going to maybe dig into that here in a second. Stay tuned. Quickly, look at this, to $70,000 on this 66 Corvette.
Well, we've been starved of mid-year Corvettes so far here at Harrisburg, so we are just going to blow the door open with that. That is the L72 425 horsepower 427, the big doggy. This has been restored, triple black convertible. Yes, Muncie, M21 close ratio, 336 positive traction rear end. You see the knockoff wheels against that black paint, black interior. Whoa, boy. Into the 6-figure range.
110,000 is bid.
Oh, this car is just a handful. I had a 66 with the L72, 4-speed, 411 gears.
Hey, reserves off, by the way.
Oh boy, I'll tell you, I went to see Father Flaherty before I stepped on the throttle. Because you will find religion when that car gets loose.
I'm going to go to 5 pair, 135. 130 I'm going to go to 5 cars going down. 135. There's a pin. 130's on. I'm going to take him out and serve. 135.
Reserve is off.
That's enough, brother. 135. Here she goes. I'm going to go to 35.
Buck 30, far and away our top seller today, and actually for the entire event thus far. And there it is.
Yep.
What a car.
Nice work, dude.
Very nice. Handshakes all around, smiles to boot. Oh, and we found Chris and Rutledge. They're over playing Fortnite, the Sunday Car Club Island in Fortnite. They're doing the Mecum Auction virtual auction. We'll check in with them and find out what that's all about here in a moment.
Welcome back, everybody, to Harrisburg and our continuing coverage of Mecum Auctions. And I'm looking around for Rut. I wasn't able to find him up on the block or in the tent, but look where I found him. He's taking a break. He's playing Fortnite. Not just Fortnite, he's playing Sunday Car Club, which is a Mecum-centric version of Fortnite. Rut, what's going on here?
So yeah, on the Sunday Car Club Island, we've got a Mecum auction, so you can actually go in here. It's so cool because this is a great way to bring Mecum to a younger audience. So you run in here, and look, see all these people having so much fun, just like here at Harrisburg? Come up to the block. Oh, there's a beautiful, is that the 935 that just went through? Yeah, and we can come over here. We can try to bid for stuff. Wait a second, is that Bill and Scott as bananas? Oh, how good do they look?
That tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very appealing, if you will. But yeah, it's so fun. This is another thing, there's so many things for people to do here at an auction. It's not just look at the cars, but it's really to dig in, to have fun at all these different displays. But how cool that the kids could come by, play a little Fortnite, see how the auctions work. They can bid on stuff. It's that easy, Chris.
And this is live happening, so it's fortunate that an auction is happening in the auction house as we're doing this little piece. So, Rut, carry on. I'm going to give you another 5 minutes and then back to work, all right?
Done. I'll see you over there.
Scott, back to you.
Oh, you guys are having way too much fun over there. I'm telling you. But yes, check it out. You saw the code, and that is a fairly new addition to our repertoire here with Mecum Auctions. And very cool. Here is a 2014 Bentley Continental GTC convertible. Look at this, all white. Bill Lovett, $60,000. Gonna take more than that.
Glacier White. I love the name of that paint. Glacier White interior, the 4-liter V8 with automatic, and a host of comfort and convenience features.
Eldorado Brougham, 1958 Cadillac. Boy, this has got some eyeball too.
Oh. Yeah, this is the car that pretty much solidified Harley Earl in his final days at General Motors as design chief, as the absolute guru of automobile design. This is number 162 of 304, personally designed by Harley J. Earl himself. See the interior, the rear hinge doors up front. See how beautifully that's been restored. Just everything completely done right. 365 cubic inch V8, a signature engine from Cadillac, 4-speed hydromatic, and this has the correct 4-wheel air suspension. How about air suspension in 1958? Talk about being ahead of the curve. The full wheel covers there with the white wall tires. Boy, back in 1958, this was the must-have Cadillac for the upper crust bunch.
And who thinks of putting a stainless roof on a car like this?
Once again, the genius of Harley Earl, and you take a look at all of the concept cars back in the day that he was responsible for. You think about those Firebird concepts that they had. And you can go back to the Corvette concepts back in 1953.
Sure.
They had a Corvette Nomad station wagon, which was that close to going into production. Great imagination and innovation.
I mean, how many times have we seen Eldorados that have been restored, as you say, from time to time, mondo biondo, and customized and whatnot. But this is right out of Harley Earl's playbook, man.
How would you customize this? What would you possibly do?
That's a good point.
to make it more outrageous. Maybe Ed Big Daddy Roth would be able to take a shot at it. That car's perfection.
$91,000, and it has just changed hands here at Mecum Harrisburg. What a car.
Talk about pride of ownership.
Big time. Man, that's when you want to, if you can get your hands on one, you don't want to let go of it.
No, they don't. You're right. They don't change hands much.
Well, let's see what happens to this 66 Corvette. It's had some work done, a little customizing going on around it.
I'm about to tell you something that I don't think we've ever said about not only a Corvette, but any car that has been customized. This car was disassembled and then sat in pieces for 35 years waiting for its restoration. Wow.
That is a story.
That is a story. You know, I'd love to know all the details behind that. But it has been rebuilt to a very high standard. 502 crate motor, 508 horsepower, 5-speed manual transmission, a lot of speed equipment underneath there that we really couldn't see at all. There's so much. But it does have the OEM correct Corvette side exhaust. And there's never been an aftermarket side exhaust that looks better than those with those pipe guards over the exhaust pipes themselves. That is just, you know, the best you can get on a Corvette. American Racing torque thrust 2 wheels, which we always like to see. Silver pearl paint, black interior.
Boy, that's like the ultimate jigsaw puzzle for somebody. I mean, if it's really totally torn apart.
Disassembled, yeah. Yep. And then piece by piece, you build the car back, and as you're going along, you're either rebuilding or replacing things that need it. New black top on that car, reupholstered black vinyl interior, door panels, dash pads, carpeting, console. Willwood disc brakes, there's a great upgrade on it. 355 Aussie, the F41 front sway bar and rear sway bar for handling. Aluminum radiator, 5-speed trim.
You know, I just had a thought. You're our resident NHRA guy. The NHRA dudes are going, 35 years, man, we can pull an entire engine apart and put it back together in 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's right, and they can.
I know.
Oh, those nitro guys are amazing.
That's 77,000 he raised his bid.
But the counter right now is 77,000.
Yeah, a lot of the goodness of this car kind of hiding underneath the skin.
$5,000.
From a distance, you know, that's
but you wouldn't at 85 grand.
Bone stock Corvette with aftermarket wheels and tires.
Give me a check for what?
75. I'll give you 76. That's what you
By
get
the way,
at 85.
NHRA in Sonoma this weekend.
Yeah, part of the Western Swing.
You would net 76,000. He's
Caught
just
a little
going
bit of that last night. Saw Tony Stewart, AB, Antoine Brown.
Yeah.
That's what he did. He cut the commission completely. We only have 77 bids, so he's...
76.5 would be your total net from 85 grand. That's
The
what
high bid right now is 77.
We're working hard for it. I mean, we're trying to help you as much as we can.
Nick, who do you got?
Do a little bit better.
This is easy. Come here.
Oh, you better hurry. You got 78.
I got to show him.
Had this on
5, 8.
Now Frank Mecum on the case here.
You're staying at 85.8. It's the same thing. So it's 78 grand with commission. You're 85.8 total. I'm gonna raise your bid to 85 grand. You're gonna stay at 85.8 total.
Okay.
You're good with that, right? 85,000! Sold.
All right, that's kind of the a little bit different twist on the Mecum rule. $85,000 buys that Corvette. Everybody's happy.
Glad we got to hear it. You always learn something.
Absolutely right. We'll take a quick break here as we hit the top of the hour in Harrisburg. More still to come. 4 hours left.
Welcome back, everybody, to Mecum Harrisburg. You're getting a shot of one of my favorite locations here at every Mecum auction, the Dodge display. Very cool 70 Challenger in that booth. And to another red and white car. This is a special one right here, 2002 Dodge Viper GTS Final Edition. This is the last year of the Gen 2 Viper. This car is limited to 360 units, and it was produced to celebrate the championship-winning Viper GTS RT team. This is Viper Red with stone white stripes. And of course, sports that 8-liter V10 backed up by the 6-speed manual transmission. That's the powertrain, of course, in every Viper. And Bill Stevens, I know, is a huge Viper aficionado. And Bill, you got to be loving this one, my friend.
Hold me back, man. Oh, boy. Every time I see one of these Vipers from that generation, the second generation, I want mine back.
Well, we can arrange that.
I know.
We might know a guy.
Yeah.
So we'll keep our eyes peeled for you. Not that you can't find one on your own. I'm sure you can.
Oh, yeah.
1958 Chevy Yeoman wagon is what we're looking at now. They've done a lot of work to this one. Man, it looks fantastic.
It's weird name for Chevrolet Station Wagon Day here. We had the Beauville earlier today. Now we've got the Yeoman. And again, this is not original. This is not bone stock. Trust me. 5.7 liter V8. Very comprehensive build too. They've left nothing alone. And it does not sell.
And 36 was the high number. We've gone well past that on this 57 Bel Air convertible.
Yeah.
This one looks to be bone stock. Haven't got to the engine room yet, but here we go.
It's a convertible open element air cleaner. That's not stock.
Nope.
That would have a big ugly black air cleaner on it if it was stock, but nope, they've upgraded that. But it's the Power Pack 283. That would give you the 4-barrel and dual exhaust. 3-speed column shifted manual transmission. It's an older restoration. Matador red, new white convertible top that's up, and sometimes the consigners don't want to put the new convertible top down, even though we'd like them to do it because it kind of puts wrinkles in the rear window and whatever, so we'll go with it. And this one comes up short of the reserve as well.
Yeah, the high number is $75,000. Well, a massive Cadillac Escalade from 2023 is on the block right now. This just has so much presence and aura.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I am going to bid on this Escalade, and I want to buy it for LeBron James, who announced he's going to the Philadelphia 76ers. And he would be right at home in that big truck right there.
Yep.
Supercharged 6.2, 682 horsepower, and 653 pound-feet of torque. Oh, that is the LeBron James of SUVs. 10-speed automatic, full-time, all-wheel drive, and lots of extras.
You know, Bill, when these came out, there was such a premium that people were paying to get them early. So a lot of the ones you see out there, they may have paid 50, 75, I heard even 100 grand over to first get them.
Yep.
The question is, what's their value going to be rolling forward? Because there just weren't that many of them made. But I tell you what, the presence, as y'all mentioned, the sound of the exhaust as it came by earlier, it's just perfect.
Yeah, how about a 682 horsepower SUV?
I'm okay with that.
Oh, boy.
110,000 is bid. Only 4,500 miles.
Nope.
Not driven much for a almost 4-year-old car.
Oh, that full leather interior. I can only imagine what the aroma is inside this Escalade.
What back in? 115. I got you in, Jeff. What's that?
They've got massaging seats.
Yep.
They've got night vision, like the goggles, right? No, maybe not.
No, that's a little bit of a stretch. Air ride suspension, got the Brembos, all 4 corners, limited slip. Oh, boy.
What a truck it is. Worthy of the Cadillac name, and it's going away for $115,000. 1957 Chevy 3100 will be right behind it. This has been subjected to a frame-off restoration.
And then the modifications began. 350 small block, 700 R4 automatic, And they put a Nova subframe in the front. Again, that is something that these builders do. Kind of simplifies making the modifications up front. Power steering and power disc brakes as well. Everything's smooth in that engine room, including the firewall. Vintage air. There's the interior with that newly stitched bench seat. Fuel tank, that's been relocated. We get a look at the bed as it goes by us. And that is all new, brand new hardwood bed floor. American Racing wheels, a little bit bigger in the back than they are in the front.
Had a high bid on that 3100 of 41,000.
Guys, you're going to love the next one.
Okay.
You know what? Why don't you go ahead and just tell us all about this one?
But you know what let's do? Let's just take a ride down this holiday road. What do you say? Because we've got the perfect family cruiser. The last year, the 72 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser. Guys, the glass is in great shape. It's a beautiful color. This one I would describe as maybe a copper, maybe copper gold. It looks like that, Bill. But this does not have the kind of insane stuff that some of these have. It's not the 442 makeover. It's got a 350. It's got the two-way tailgate. It's got the wood grain, and it's got the Vista glass. What else could you need, Bill?
Greatest name for a station wagon in the whole world, the Vista Cruiser. And with all the things that you pointed out, by the way, that 350, that's an Olds 350. That's not a Chevy 350. So that is brand correct. And all the extras you talked about, Rutledge, and boy, as I think back to when these Oldsmobile station wagons debuted, they were rock stars, especially that tinted glass roof feature there. Along the front edge there, the luggage rack, and along the side, that was styling genius. Stored for 26 years.
I hope it wasn't disassembled and then put back together after 26 years.
No. And the super stock wheels, they knocked me out with the white wall tires. Oh.
When there's versions of this car, like the one Ken Lingenfelter built for himself that has a modern LSA swap in there, then he takes it on the power tour, these cars are inspirational now. People dream of really turning them into street monsters.
Yeah, Ken Lingenfelter, he should be chained up somewhere, that guy. Hey, public enemy number one.
$30,000, by the way, bought the Vista Cruiser. Let's take a look at an L79 Corvette from 1965, Brother Bill.
Yeah, there's some magic in that name, the L79. That is the most powerful hydraulic lifter small block that Chevy had back in the day, 350 horse out of a 327. And you can remember that back in 1957, when the fuel injection debuted in the Corvette, they made big whoopee about a 283, making 283 horsepower. And here we are in 65 with a 327, making 350. Matching numbers, by the way. That's the engine the car was born with, Muncie 4-speed. There's the interior, beautiful black vinyl bucket seat interior. AM/FM radio. Factory gauges and originality everywhere you look, right down to the full wheel covers and those white wall tires. You get them back in 65.
That is Goldwood yellow. And the only year in which Chevy used that name, it might resemble another yellow from another model year, but that's the only time they called it Goldwood.
My 66 Corvette had Sunfire yellow. Just one shade maybe off of this one. Very close.
Very close.
Then there was Sunflower yellow.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Okay, $65,000 will not be sufficient for that Corvette. How about this one in 1965?
Yeah, again, a 327. We're going to get a close look at that engine in just a moment here. With a 4-speed, 4-wheel disc brakes. Okay, that's got the dual snorkel air cleaner. So we are talking 300 horsepower, 327. That's what I'm going with. This has factory air too. Nice. Gold line radial tires, the knockoff wheels. And the Glen Green, a saddle interior.
Great color combo on it.
Very nice. Yep.
And factory air, good option, but not often seen. About 10% of the cars,
especially convertibles,
in that. Yes, exactly.
Very
65 had them.
Yeah.
Well, the high bid here, $55,000 for that Glen Green 65 convertible. GT 500 time now from Shelby in 2014.
Yeah, the Shelby-Ford collaboration really got back up to speed in 2007, and the GT 500 came along. Started out with 500 horsepower. By 2014, we're up to 662 out of the single overhead cam aluminum V8, 5.8 liters. 0 to 60 under 4 seconds. They'll run an 11-second quarter mile at 125 miles an hour. And for a car that offers so much luxury and comfort and style, that is hauling butt, folks. 6-speed manual SVT engineered Bilstein adjustable suspension, and that obsidian-looking black paint, black interior, and black top. Odometer reads less than 2,000 miles.
All right, then.
How free, 63 pound out of down free. Good free, 63 pounds and down.
Good look at those wheels. Triple black. Well, quadruple black.
If you could go back in time to 1965 and said to Carroll Shelby, you know, your GT350, that's a neat car, 306 horsepower. That's great. But you know, someday
62 pounds, 63 pounds.
Cars with your name on them are going to make 662 horsepower.
Yep.
You know, from the factory.
He'd probably say something like,
"Let me into that time machine, will
well,
you?"
he'd be like, son, I know, I'm planning on that.
Yeah. He'd be a big fan of these cars, I'll tell you.
Still trying to find the magic number recipe here. Well, they're going to leave it at $63,000, and so will we. More cars straight ahead for you. Some great stories around these vehicles as well. Stick around. Well, again, a look outside the expo hall here at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex in Harrisburg as the fans, the car crazies, get set to enter the building a little while earlier this morning. Really interesting story here for these next several vehicles, Bill. 2002 Chevy Camaro GMMG Dick Harrell Edition wide body just sold for $105,000, which is the first car of this group of cars, well over the pre-auction estimate. But here's the story. This is from the Jim Spangler collection. And the lady on the left is Geraldine Spangler. Her husband, Jim, passed away just a couple of months ago. He loved 2002 Camaros. And she has decided to bring this collection of a number of cars to Mecum Auctions today and to honor her late husband.
Well, that was the last year for that generation of the Camaro, so he had good taste. And the car that we just saw sold was a GMMG. Don't have time to get into it now, but a very collectible car that is very rare and very powerful and very memorable for the GMMG restoration shop, no longer in business down in Georgia.
This is a GMMG ZL1
yes.
that just gaveled for $72,000.
Yep. A fellow by the name of Matt Murphy was running GMMG down there in Georgia and would take Camaros, especially out of this generation, and would wave his magic wand. This one with a 400-horse LS6 and a 6-speed manual transmission. The earlier one was the Dick Harrell version, which was one of only 30. Dick Harrell, one of the all-time great drag racing champions for Chevrolet. And to have his name associated with a Camaro certainly is a good fit, if you ask me.
Here's a 35th anniversary 02 Z28.
Yep. 2002, once again, we didn't see the Camaro again after this until 2010. This with the 325 horsepower 5.7. 943 were built with T-tops and an automatic transmission. Mileage, just a skosh over 21,000 on the odometer, lots of power accessories, and it sells at $25,000.
I tell you what, we're seeing the fact that not only did the late Jim Spangler love these 02 Camaros, he kept them in immaculate condition.
Yeah.
Here is another GMMG Supersport, a Berger Camaro this time around.
Again, out of the GMMG shop. This one, 380 horsepower out of the 5.7 V8. And one of only 100 of these were produced. Odometer reads less than 10,000 miles. 6-speed manual, of course. Got the T-tops, as I mentioned, on a bunch of these cars. You'll see that. Power driver's seat. Drilled brake rotors at all 4 corners. Crossover axle back exhaust system. It's all chambered in there. And Fix FM5 forged wheels. Boy, those are lookers.
Always love that white shift knob right in the middle of that interior. 45 is the bid. All these Camaros, by the way, selling at no reserve.
Yeah, there's that shift knob. I remember, boy, if you had a car that had a Hurst Competition Plus shifter and a white Bakelite shift knob like that, oh, you are street royalty.
Well, in this case, 47 will take care of it. First one that hasn't been read. It's a Z28 from 2002.
Pretty much the same powertrain. However, this one's got the T56 Borg Warner 6-speed manual in it with a short throw shifter for making quicker shifts. Black leather interior, big, powerful monsoon audio system, putting out 500 watts. Oh boy, my Celine Dion CD would sound so good in that car.
I'm sure it would.
Crickets. No, I don't have any of her CDs. I'm more of a Herbie Hancock kind of a guy.
Herbie Hancock is going to be in Indianapolis in October.
You going?
I'm going to try to. Yes,
yeah,
indeed.
I would love to be with you.
By the way, that one sold the Z28 for $20,000. Next is another anniversary Camaro, Z28 30th anniversary from 97.
Yep. Stop me if you've heard this. 5.7, 6-speed manual, Hurst short throw shifter, and that same 500-watt monsoon audio system. This one in black. No, I'm sorry, this one in white. We just had the black one with, boy, those Indianapolis 500 pace car stripes.
$18,000 or $19,000 now.
Another car with less than 10,000 miles on it, too.
George on the block now, showing light F117.
Great time to pick up a special Camaro right now. This one for $21,000, and here is yet another one. It's a ZL1 GMMG from 02. only 3,200 miles and only 69 of these produced. And gee, I wonder why that number sounds familiar with the ZL1.
Of course, from 1969. That's how many they built then, right?
Yep.
Yeah, the GMMG guys really put some power into this. Take a look. That's a 5.7 with 475 horsepower. This is kind of like the muscle man of this whole group. High flow, mass airflow housing. That gives it a little bit more intake. Mixture heading into that 5.7. Hirsch short throw shifter again with a 6-speed manual. It's got headers on it with exhaust cutouts. Premium sound from Monsoon, leather wrap steering wheel. And it sells for, hang on, bidding still coming in.
Houndstooth interior inserts look really good too.
They do, and you know, it was white houndstooth on the previous car, but you really couldn't pick up the pattern. The white, there wasn't much of a contrast there, but it was there.
Okay, no worries.
Not quite done yet. 63 is the bid.
Yeah, this is some of the low ballers on mileage too, Scott. About 3,200 miles on the clock.
Yeah. Last call, 67.
Pretty much kind of right in the middle of the pre-auction estimate that Mecum publishes with many of these cars.
Yeah, well, they just sold.
This one hammers for $66,000, and with that, we will call upon Chris and Rutledge to get us toward a commercial break with something that's coming up, guys.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Right, you know why I love working with you? Because we are concentric circles in the car world. We overlap somewhere, but definitely not here. 2009 Pontiac Firehawk, but not just any Firehawk. Why do you love this car?
So this is the GXP and it's the SLP Firehawk. You know, they brought 37,000 G8s over. This was originally the Holden Commodore, but out of that, there was 1829 of them that were GXPs and only 846 were manuals. This one made even more special by SLP. Everybody's going to love this one, Chris.
Oh, man, looking so good in that fly yellow also. And if you want to see this car go across the block and see how much it goes for, stick around because we got more from Harrisburg coming up on the other side of this break. Hey, Rut. Nice job on that preview, dude. I think I'm moving over into your overlap section with this car. Stick around. We'll be right back.
We are back in Harrisburg. Live on ESPN Plus today. Scott Hoke, Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Rutledge Wood, the car crazies from all over the Harrisburg area, all over the Northeast. And they have all arrived at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and Expo Center. Well worth the trip. I'm sure each one would say that. Here is a 1969 Camaro Resto Mod, not a Z28. Don't trust that badge.
Not a Z28, but a car that will definitely command your next nightmare. Ooh. Big motor, big power, 502 cubic inch crate motor from GM Performance. Hughes Performance, 4L80E transmission. Hughes meaning Jim Hughes, the great drag racer, who for a long time has been producing these race-ready transmissions, 373 gears, Willwood, 4-wheel disc brakes with slotted rotors, and strange engineering independent rear differential. Oh, high quality parts, Penske adjustable front and rear suspension. And this car, I would say, would qualify without a whole lot of modifications, additions, or subtractions as a pro touring car. It's got all the things it needs.
Well, $82,000 buys that Camaro. And they got a handful there.
Oh, yes, they do.
Let's take a look at another Camaro. This is an RSSS Real Deal from 1968. We're going to go top side and underneath eventually on this one, Bill.
Yeah, I want to show you the top side. 396 high-rise aluminum intake with a big 4-barrel carburetor. Chrome valve covers, looks good, makes plenty of power, but you know when you do a rotisserie restoration, that means the top and the bottom has got to get some attention as we take a look at what they did underneath. My, oh my, that is Sano, as we used to say. See the suspension, you exhaust system, the bottom of the engine, everything. Just clean, detailed, and prepared for our little snoop underneath.
Boy, that looks as clean as a high-end die-cast model that would be, detailed perfectly.
Yeah, good description there. So that's why it's bringing the money. We're in the low 80s.
87. I get 85.
85 to be exact right now.
Yeah, I didn't mention that 396 got aluminum heads. Turbo 350 automatic. Rally wheels and red line tires.
Man, with that emerald green, rally green, that is a combination.
Early celebration, now $90,000.
I know you like the top down, but you got to admit, with that beautiful new top up, it really gives you the structure that you know that is the Camaro.
Yes.
And it makes the white stripes on the front really pop too.
Yeah, and you know what? I will give the consignor that because that white top works so well with the green. However, it's a houndstooth interior hiding in there, which would have been great to get a better look at.
Good point. That couple in the upper left is directly across the red carpet from us, and they want this car so bad they can taste it.
Yeah, look at that.
100? Yes? Is that yes?
Well, he just bid 100. She said 95 was it.
Let's hear it for everyone celebrate with them.
Oh, they are over the moon. That is pretty cool. Yes, indeed. 2 thumbs up, sir. What a car that is. Okay, well, speaking of what a car, here is the 09 Pontiac G8, Bill, that Rutledge and Chris gave us a quick once-over on. Let's dive into a little bit more on the details of this screamer.
Oh, man, this is the last SLP Firehawk that was produced, and I will just say this quickly. As we see the autographs from the guys at SLP on the air intake there. I saw Ed Hamburger's name. Mm-hmm. This car right here, when it came out, this G8 was considered a fighter to the BMWs and the Mercedes-Benzes. America had a car, a sedan that could go toe-to-toe with the Europeans, and they were correct. This one has 530 horsepower, a little bit more what the production cars would have had out of the 6.2. But this one has all of the go-fast pieces, is at home on a racetrack as it is on the street, 6-speed manual. And I will say this, back in January of 2010, the last Pontiac left the Pontiac assembly line, and it was a Pontiac G6, the little brother to the G8. And that was the end of the Pontiac production assembly line. But what a great car this is. The last SLP Firehawk that was produced.
67.
And less than 900 miles on the clock here, too.
Yes. Did you get any seat time in one of these?
I never got to. It was so hard to find a manual, and I know when we were trying to do Top Gear, you just couldn't find one, period. Because, they had the GT, and then they had the GXP.
Right.
To find one was just so
hard
rare.
to get, yeah.
But then to have an SLP one that's been hopped up, that's such a cool car. The yellow looks great on there. And so many of us miss what that brand, it was so close to really getting with the GTO and this, you really felt like, they're doing something. They've changed a lot.
Hey, since this is a 6-speed manual, I'm going to put my hand up and bid on your behalf.
It's okay. I'm still hurting from yesterday.
Right, yeah. Give him some time.
My arm got sore.
Yeah. These cars could handle. They do well over 1G on a skid pad. Just incredible braking power. Everything. It's a 5-tool player. You got the styling, acceleration, top speed. You got the handling and the stopping. Everything you want.
Well, the reserve is off. You can add that to that list of everything you want.
Yeah.
$73,000.
Thank you very much.
Right there it is. Celebrating during the lunch hour with that 09 G8. That is sweet.
Oh, that is so sweet.
Well, let's move on and check out this Series 62 from Cadillac, which rolled around in 1959. What a year.
And we learned yesterday that the Series 62 began in 1940. up to, was this the last year? Oh, no, 62. 64 was the last year of this long and respected Series 62 for the Cadillac. Not the top of the line by any stretch, but it certainly was not shabby by any stretch. And of course, the 59 Cadillac speaks for itself. The most out of the box, over the top, and off the hook styling that anybody had ever seen in 1959. This has been a first place award winner at the Cadillac LaSalle Club in Warwick, Rhode Island. It's been featured in First in the 50s, that Antique Automobile Club of America Museum right nearby in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
And Bill, somehow, it's got lake pipes on there. How about that?
You know, you got to look close to find them, but it's worth the search. Look at them.
I saw that outside in staging this morning, and I thought, now that is not what I expected to see on there, and yet it made me love the car even more.
That's pretty trick, man.
Come on now. Come on now.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a new top seller today, 175 for that super cool caddy. Well, we get a ride on the Mecum drone as it's coming in over the parking lot here at the Expo Hall, Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex. That big tent back there in the background is one of the 303 staging areas here. We left you with a Cadillac Series 62. We're going to pick up with a Cadillac Series 62 from 1960 this time, Bill, and the bidding close to six figures already.
Yeah, you know, you see a little bit of the 1959 and the 1960 in terms of those outre fins in the back, but they're toned down a little bit. Basically, the stylists at General Motors in 1960, they cut their dosage on their medications so that the fins in the back are a little bit more sensible, but the car still has all the presence and all the appearance that you would expect from a Cadillac from that time period. This one also has a 390 V8 in it with the automatic, but it's all about the styling, really, and the comfort and convenience features, the options, the things that people expected in their Cadillac back in 1960. Power steering, brakes, windows. Some of these Cadillacs back in the day had power vent windows as well. So really it was effortless to be comfortable in one of these cars. The power seats, everything, you know. You had the electronic eye, although this one does not have that electronic eye that automatically dims your headlights when you see approaching traffic. Look at this. This is a six-figure caddy, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep, 1025. Not quite the attraction of the 59, which is always going to grab everybody's eyeballs. Right. But still significant. And a very, very nice car. Well, Bill, here is your 1972 Corvette that you previewed for us at the very beginning of our show almost 3 hours ago.
Yeah, this won't be a $100,000 Corvette, which we see with fair regularity, but this is a real LT1 from 1972. That's the last year of that series of LT1s that started in 1970 with that solid lifter 350, but the power has now come down from 370 in 1970 down to 255 in 1972. This engine's been rebuilt. It is matching numbers, frame-off restoration performed by a Corvette specialist that used NOS parts wherever possible. Rebuilt M21 4-speed. They rebuilt the rear end and the trailing arms, and one extra touch that they took was to document where the paint dabs and the inspection markings would be found on the frame. The shim tape and the stencils, the tags, things like that, and of course the Ontario orange, as we learned previously, was the #1 most popular color for the Corvette in 1972.
And it was the last year for that Ontario orange color. Yeah, good choice on this LT1.
Yeah, you know, I don't see any Bloomington Gold or NCRS documentation or certification, so if I bought this, you know where I'd be taking it.
Absolutely.
You should beat him.
Call Guy Larson at Bloomington Gold and say,
save me a spot.
I want an appointment.
51,000. Last call. Anybody else? 51.
Let's do it. 51. You sure?
Yeah, I'm for real. He's a very cool crazy.
Hold on.
All right. Let's see what Frank has to say here. Kind of expressed all of the options.
He's got a $75,000 reserve. Give me 52, and I will get him done.
I don't want to give away their website. They didn't pay for advertising slot here. They were driving a Prius. Give me a good deal. They're probably on their third or fourth.
No, because I'm going to have to give it all the way over there.
51 is what we're looking for. That's some marriage advice. 51,000.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, just think how happy you'll be in there.
Do 52, and I'll do 8%.
Okay.
52!
All right, $53,000. Reserve is off. 52.
Yeah, that's all it took.
He's by himself. He don't need
Reserve
marriage
comes
advice.
off.
52.
You know, Scott.
53.
Yes.
This Corvette is a perfect example of why I get all wound up when we talk about factory horsepower ratings. In 1970, that engine in the LT1 in the Corvette was rated at 370 horsepower. In the Camaro Z28, it was 360. Same engine.
Right.
Chevy said, well, the exhaust was a little different. Oh, please.
Yeah.
The L78 396, 425 horse on the Corvette in 65. 375 horsepower in anything else that engine wound up in. So please don't lecture me about the accuracy of factory horsepower during that whole time period, because they were all snakes in the grass.
All marketing, all sales.
That's it. The marketing guys, if they were hooked up to lie detectors, those things would be going off like a fire alarm.
Wow. Didn't take much to get you triggered there, did it?
I need a moment to just catch my breath.
Okay, the Corvette did sell for $52,000, and we'll go to golf course voices to help you calm down for this one. It's a 1970 Olds 442 W30.
Oh, Scott.
Now on the tee, Bill Stevens.
Why did they have to bring this car up? Because I'm going to hyperventilate about this. This is a real W30 from 1970, the year that you want it. Oh my, the 455 cubic inch engine, 370 horse. Oh my God, the F-code cylinder heads. This one with the automatic 4-speed, of course, was available. The Hurst dual gauge shifter. Oh man, azure blue, blue interior, blue vinyl top. Oh, somebody please buy this car. Oh, it goes as good as it looks. Super stock wheels, raised by leather tires. Oh, this is blue chip, my friend. This is it.
Your man going to get 67, or the man right next to him, $67,000 to go 65 bid.
65 is the bid. You're right, that azure blue is. I'm trying to remember the last time I've seen an azure blue 442, let alone a W30, but from 1970, that color is just so unusual.
Love to see it more often. The W30, that was the real performance package. That 455 was hand assembled at General Motors, as close to a factory blueprinted engine as you can find. And it was all about drag racing.
Well, you're going to get your wish. The reserve is off.
Oh, nice.
Sold $65,000.
And the internet got it. Are you happy?
That brought me back.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but there's a Shelby GT500 waiting in the wings here from 2011.
Oh, the fusillade of horsepower continues. Man, this has got that double overhead cam aluminum V8 with 550 horsepower, 510 pound-feet of torque, and as we talked about a little earlier, that GT500 came back with a vengeance in 2007 as Shelby and Ford kind of buried the hatchet. And at that time, they had 500 horsepower, and they just inched them up little by little. By 2011, we are here at 550. This has the automatic transmission in it and the SVT performance package. Most of them, I'm willing to bet, at least in the early years around 07, 08, were manual cars. Ingot silver metallic, red racing stripes, premium wheels, air conditioning. Got the shaker sound system. And just enough red on that car, the rocker stripes, the Le Mans stripes. Just to remind everybody, that is a Shelby. Glass roof. And reserve off.
42 down on it. I get 41 2. I get 41 down on it. She's for sale. I get 41, 42 down.
Couple guys here in the room on the trail of this GT 500. 41 is the number right now. Make it 42.
Hey, he's got 41.5. You want to get 42?
43, 43. Got 42, 43. Nick, you're out. 43, 42, 43, 42.
You got it. Congratulations, my friend. Congratulations.
Okay, right there it is for $42,000. Very nicely done. Here's a 1964 Chevy Impala, a rotisserie restoration on a legendary car with a legendary engine right there in between the fenders.
Yeah, the big doggy, the 425 horsepower, 409. Dual quads. This one with a 4-speed. A dual quad, 4-speed, positive traction, 409.
Yes, sir.
Riverside red, matching red interior. And it has been lowered just a little bit, just to give it a little extra taste. And those billet specialty wheels. Wouldn't change a thing. That's the way I'd want mine right there. Low profile tires with little red line circling that rubber. Oh, that's killer.
What was that again? Dual quad,
4-speed, positive traction,
409.
Yeah.
Glad they didn't include billet specialties wheels or
I don't know
lowered suspension in the lyric there.
Never get anything to rhyme with it. Yeah, this one's going to sell. That's great.
By the way, not knocking the billet specialties wheels because they look fantastic on this car. Yeah, we see a lot
Give me
of them.
71,000 one more time.
And they just give it a little extra.
71.
Yeah, and they're the kidney bean design too.
Yep, makes a big difference.
My favorite factory installed tachometer. And JK and I used to wax poetic about the way they mounted the tachometer. They integrated it into the steering column. You see it right there, just over the column and coming out of the instrument panel there. Just, you know, rather than having the tach just hang out there in the midair, it's beautifully fared into the instrument cluster there.
Sold $72,000.
That's art, man. That's art and function all in one.
Yeah, you said
love it. $72,000 just bought that Impala from here in Harrisburg. We'll be back with the entire gang and kick off a brand new hour with you next.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I double dipped. I got a chance to go home to my hometown of Chicago and see arguably one of the most rare Mopars ever to come out of Detroit. The Tom Lembeck collection of 2 Hemi Daytonas. Going to be crossing the block in Monterey. Man, I cannot wait to see the frenzy that those 2 special cars create. Simply unbelievable. And back here in Harrisburg, I am out in the staging tent. And you know what catches my eye? Something completely outrageous. This is a 1972 Charger, and somewhere in its lifetime, the owner said, you know what, emissions regulators, pound sand. Hey, insurance adjusters, check this out. I'm gonna put a massive supercharger and 2 Holley 4-barrel carbs on top of my 340, and I'm gonna make it go very fast in a straight line as many times as I can. And I'm gonna add to it some crazy 70s graphics too. What a great aesthetic. And check out this rear panel. Some of the best Mopar taillights that they ever designed. Weld wheels at all 4 corners. You've got the automatic transmission, and check out the aftermarket tack there because I'm going way too fast to look down. So I need a shift light too, please. Oh my goodness, this car is outrageous, getting tons of eyeballs out here in staging. Scott, should we go for a ride down the quarter mile?
I would love to join you for that. And I think I would also say, Chris, that Bill, you have trained us up well to recognize something that is completely crazy like that, huh?
Yep, as soon as something sticks up out of the hood, you got me.
And that car hanging out with Chris in the 303 staging lane here today. And it is joined by lots and lots of other fantastic cars. We are right next door in the expo hall here on the red carpet with this 1937 Ford Custom Cabriolet that's selling at no reserve.
Boy, this particular hot rod just kind of gives me all kinds of memories of people like Boyd Coddington, Troy Trepanier, and you've got Ken Fennicle Posies. Kinds of cars that they turn out, all show-worthy, well done, simple but effective, very smooth look. These are smoothies. You'll notice, you know, keyless entry, no door handles, chrome trim, nothing. Power, typically what you would find in one of these builds, an LS1 Corvette engine with an automatic transmission, and selling at no reserve. It sells $45,000.
Airbrushed graphic on there, a long chief spear with feathers and all kinds of stuff. Man, that is a sweet build. But you're right, that does bring all those names to mind.
All the better guys out there.
On the block right behind it from 1969, here's a Buick GS 400.
Okay then, let's see, 400 cube V8, 1969. We're 2 years, actually 67, 68, 69. 3 years now into the new generation of the Buick V8s, 400 cubes. That's the matching numbers engine in that with a 4-speed manual. Hello. Here you see the shifter and some signage there. Go to the show or the cruise night and everybody can read what's been done. A handwritten note from Richard Lassiter, the founder of the Buick GS Club of America, documenting this is one of 188 built with that 4-speed. Power steering's been added to the car. Everything's original inside. And Buick rally wheels, white sidewall tires.
I got 40,000.
Love to see the top down. Again, I know it gets redundant, folks. We apologize, but you'll thank us when you see a convertible come through with the top down.
Ladies and gentlemen, the reserve is off.
Well, you heard Blake Baugh getting the attention of Jimmy Landis, and the reserve is off as Jimmy announces it to the crowd here. $40,000.
40, anybody give $42,000?
Well bought.
Anybody else? Anybody give 41?
If that's what the hammer comes down on.
Sure.
41 on the car off the block. 40's the bid. $41,000. 42. 41.
Well, we're not finished.
We're not done.
41. 42. 41. 42,000.
42.
What do you think now? You want to give 42? 2? 43. 42's the bid. $43,000. 42 bid. You want to get 3 bid. You want to get 3, Laura? You want to give 43? Sold. $42,000.
There it is.
42 is well bought.
The deal is done. Yes, it is. Anything in that range, as you pointed out. We still have a lot of cars coming up for you here on ESPN Plus. We'll get to them when we return after this commercial break. Stay with us. Oh, hang on, everyone. A 1970 real deal V-Code 440 Plymouth Cuda. Bill Stevens has just hit $100,000, but that's going to be bid goes on only.
What else can I say? It's a real deal. Shaquille O'Neal V-Code 440 6-barrel with a Torque Flight 727 automatic. Yeah, you won't get close to it for 100, but it's still available, and if you can just dig a little deeper, you can take it home.
Well, as folks contemplate that, we will shift gears to a 1963 split-window Corvette Custom. Look at that engine room. Wait till you see the interior. My goodness.
Yep, show car all the way, all day. Wow. And beautifully stitched leather with the button tufts. You see the big shifter there, but that leads to an automatic transmission. That's not a manual in there. 600 horsepower big block, which we saw a moment ago with that automatic, and the shifter is from a 5-speed manual. So that's a fooler. And this is obviously a Grand Sport inspired build. It's not meant to be a Grand Sport replica by any stretch, but it does have the correct flared wheel wells and the hood treatment as well.
Yep.
Very reminiscent of the original 63 Grand Sport.
This one at $90,000, the bid goes on. There's another Corvette. I don't know if you saw it yet, but there's another one that is more in line with the traditional Grand Sport replica that's here.
Might be a Superformance replica, maybe.
Could be, could be. I think we're going to see that tomorrow. Regardless, on the block today is this 70 Challenger TA.
Yeah, this will not be chip either, boy. Matching numbers, 340 cube, 290 horse, 6-pack engine with a torque flight. 4-speed, of course, available as well, back in 70. A 3-year nut and bolt restoration, back to factory specs. Had the carburetors rebuilt by Carburetor Connection in Kirkland, Washington. Trans Am black longitudinal sport stripes, fiberglass hood, hold-down pins. Boy, I'll tell you, I have read so much chatter online on some of the Mopar websites about whether or not the hood pins on these hoods were on all of them. Some people say, no, I had one, didn't have the hood pin. I had a regular hood latch, and other ones say, oh, no, they had to have hood pins. So we'll leave that for some other day. Anyway, this one is brought back just about to original 100% factory specifications.
You know, the funny thing is, and I'm not taking sides, but that whole chatter that you brought up, Bill, gives credence to the argument that, you know, sometimes they didn't come off the assembly line like they were supposed to because maybe they were out of hood pins that day, so they had to grab a different hood.
Yes.
You know, I mean, that happened back in the day.
Let's talk about 65 Corvettes that supposedly came through with 67 hoods or vice versa.
Yeah.
That debate still rages.
Right.
Let's go. I think we should.
Or a big block with a small block hood. Or the other way around.
35, yeah. Someone jump back in. 140.
Look at the money.
140.
135 bid, $140,000.
Hey, Charlie, can you go to Walmart and pick up a whole bunch of hood pins? We're out over here, will you?
You want 137.5?
Yeah, no, and a small hole saw.
137.5.
Right, so we can install them.
145, Paul. 140.
137 is bid.
Sublime. Boy, how many Mopars have we seen painted in that? High impact color.
Give it one more shot. 142.5.
Give 142.5.
All right, so someone bid
142.5.
What do you want me to do? I know. 145?
Gus, 145.
Understood. Okay.
This is in the runner-up spot right now
sir.
behind
Thank you so much.
that 59 Caddy, and there it is. Strong money, 142.5 on a beautiful Challenger TA.
Oh boy, you won't find one better.
Okay, let's move on to a 1957 Oldsmobile. This is a Olds 98 that's undergone some customizing.
Yeah, LS1 V8. How's that for a start? 4L60 automatic transmission. Yeah, the restoration, thorough, complete, and very painstaking, as you will see as we do a little walk around on this car. Boy, so much to tell you about. Power front disc brakes with air suspension. Got the trunk-mounted compressor hiding under the trunk lid there. A lot of things either replaced, rebuilt. And not to overlook that interior. Wow. Yes, sir.
Thank you for putting the top down.
Yeah, boy, that gives us something to look at. Real wire wheels, white wall tires, Continental spare tire deck in the back. Oh, this is just hemorrhaging 1950s class and sophistication.
75,000.
There.
You know, and for Oldsmobile, that class and sophistication at a little bit different level, a little higher level.
Yes. Yep, of course, the 98, that was the higher trim level. And by the way, if you did nothing to a 1957 Oldsmobile, that is considered one of the most pleasing and appealing styles for the Oldsmobile during that time period. You know, in 1958, it got a little bloated like just about all the cars from General Motors. And in 56, it was a little dowdy, the 55, 56. But the 57, man, it just pulled everything together.
Well, the high bid on that one was $70,000, and we'll move quickly to this 1960 Chevy Impala.
Yeah, this one with the 348, that was the big dog you could get in 1960 with a 4-barrel carburetor. Several different horsepower ratings available on that 348. At one point, you get a 350 horse 348. Probably not in this one. Automatic transmission, power steering and brakes, AC, and a great choice of wheels. Budniks with spinner center caps.
The high bid on it is $90,000. So we're going to let that one go over to drop in on the bid goes on, fellas.
You know it's done right when it looks like it should have been that way originally. Like that was really tastefully done.
Right. I agree. That teal just pops, by the way. I'm still looking at it as the 64 Studebaker rolls into view here.
Yeah, a little bit of a story under the hood. This is the Hoke GT, the first supercharged 1964 Hoke GT R2. That's the supercharged car, body number 101, 289 cubic inches, 289 horsepower from the John Ernst Studebaker collection. Highly original. Automatic transmission, AM radio, and the original hubcaps. And little did we know in 1964 that before the decade was over, Studebaker would be no more. Original interior, as you can see.
Kind of a reverse Landau roof on this one, huh?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Vinyl up front.
In the front, yeah.
It's wild. There's a lot of interesting roofs at this weekend's auction. Went out and looked at a few that were brushed and kind of different. But when you look at this car and you think about what everyone else is making, 1964. Let's pick the Impala. So an Impala pulls up, or this, and you would definitely look at this and think, well, who made this one? This is so different from the other styling.
Oh, you won't confuse it with anything else. And you know that roof, that's a good point, because I think what inspired that, you go back to the 1920s and 30s, the old town cars where the cockpit was open.
Oh, yeah.
And the passenger would be in the enclosed part of the cabin.
Yep, I could see that.
That's what that reminds me of.
Interesting. All right, yeah, it brought $7,500. Next is this 1971 Barracuda convertible. Check this guy out.
Yeah, 1971, once again, we had to bid a farewell to the Hemis and those big six-pack 440s. By 1972, so much was changing. So these cars are becoming more and more collectible now. Not a Hemi, not a 440, a 383, which you could call the old Roadrunner engine. And this one with a Torque Flight automatic. One of only 9 produced with the Torque Flight automatic. It's called the N-Code, with one of 19 that were built. So we're talking some rarity here. That's why we're flirting with $100,000. Matching numbers, powertrain, original sheet metal factory air. It's got the extra heavy-duty cooling package in there as well, the Rally Dash. And that curious yellow white interior.
It's a good-looking car.
Oh, boy.
Well, you know,
the California blue plate out back says 1 of 9.
Yeah, during that time period, 1970, 71, 72, there were no ugly cars from Mopar.
Nope.
You know, throughout the entire product line. Go back to 1961 and look at a Plymouth and say, oh, God, they've got to do something about this.
It goes back to that medication dosage thing.
Yeah, they reduced their meds. I don't know.
Well, 93 is the sale price. I was going to wonder if there was any more there, but that's it. Gaveling at $93,000. Well, how about 1971 Camaro to coincide with that 71 Barracuda?
Yeah, street machine here with a stroker and a 4-speed. Tuxedo black with charcoal gray stripes and Z28 badging. And that's the only part of a Z28 this car is using, just the badging. Rear spoiler, Edelbrock intake, you might have seen, Edelbrock air cleaner and valve covers, aluminum radiator, 18-inch American racing wheels. You know, so not a real high-end, high-dollar build, but you know, it doesn't have to be if you choose the right stuff. And you wind up with a car that looks like this, including that cowl induction hood.
To me, the hood with the silver stripes there really catches well with the wheel and tire setup that they went with. Great choices on this one.
We have seen so many Camaros, whether they're real Z28s or real SSs or whatever, and it's almost like when we don't see some stripage of some kind, it's almost like it's missing something. We're so used to seeing it.
45. Nice job, buddy. Congratulations.
There we go.
45 buys that Camaro. Well, how about this one for you, Bill? We're going to combine 1959 and El Camino together. Just for you, brother.
I'll take it. Yep, and this has got that 348. That was the top of the line engine displacement for the Chevy in 1959. There you see it with those unforgettable W-shaped valve covers over what they call the W heads, which are called W heads not because of the shape of the valve covers. We'll get into that some other day. Automatic transmission. It's silver with a red interior, as you can see, well restored. Whole car. This one has tinted glass. You'll see the fender. Oh, wait a minute. This does not have the fender skirts. They probably come with the El Camino, but they're not mounted on it. And the perfectly applied silver paint with the white wall tires. What a picture.
I think of all the El Caminos, this one to me is just, they're kind of the most interesting because they really don't feel like a combination of car and truck. They seem like a car that has an incredibly large open trunk versus the later ones that were like, oh, it's half a truck, half a car. This just has a different feel. It has a different presence, I think, because of the long kind of fins to me.
Well, it's the same platform as a station wagon. So just picture a station wagon and my brother-in-law with a Sawzall, and you've got an El Camino. That was the first year for the El Camino, by the way, in 59, because Ford got the jump on him in 57 with the Ranchero. So it took a couple of years for Chevy to play catch-up.
Well, somebody's very happy. There they are, yes. Oh, both giving thumbs up on that El Camino, $52,000. Here's a 1970 Mustang. A lot of stuff going on here. A lot of good stuff. We'll point that out.
I know. You were looking at the Boss 302 on the fender thinking, is it or isn't it?
Well, the wheels kind of give it away, but you dive deeper into it, and there's much more, like right there.
Oh, yeah. This is not a real Boss. And you know what? You can do that as long as you don't try to palm it off as a Boss, which this consignor is not doing. That was a Coyote, by the way, a 5-liter Coyote, so we're packing well over 400 horse. Ford Racing control pack as well, Flowmaster mufflers. Yeah, we diddled here and diddled there. Getrag, MT82 6-speed manual transmission. That's an expensive addition. Ford 9-inch traction lock rear end and $50K. Away she goes.
Hey, back when the Clone Ranger was still on the roster, would he have ever given more than 5 Twinkies because of a really choice engine upgrade?
It has happened. I don't think more than once. When I think he went to 6.
Okay.
On a car. Can't remember the car.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Rare occurrence.
Yeah. All right. 1969 Z28. That's what we're looking at here. And what a car it is to behold.
Oh, boy. This is premium, folks. Matching numbers 302, 290 horse. Muncie 4-speed, as they all had. You could go close ratio or wide ratio back then. Original code 71 Le Mans Blue. That is a repaint. It's got the wood steering wheel, tilt steering column, cowl induction hood, front and rear spoilers, 373 posi. And once again, this is the way a lot of people wanted their Z's. Yeah, this is going to have to be 6 figures, I think, unless we have a highly motivated consignor. This is easily worth $100,000.
$1,000, $97, $100,000, $9,700, $100,000 bid, $180.
From this angle, Bill, from where we sit, for every car, there is nothing to take off. If you were a teacher with a red pencil, you can't. It's a perfect score. You can't mark it down for anything.
Scott Hoke, how many times have I said that Chevy could have gone with this style another at least 1 or 2 years? 1 year only.
97.
Yes.
100. I have 97,000. Anybody got 100,000?
It inspired the last generation of the
I know,
Camaro.
man. I know, and you're right. You've said it many times, and every time we're all in agreement.
Yeah.
Sold.
Didn't make 100.
$97,000.
But it still sold.
Yes, it did.
And it went to the internet for $97,000. Worth every penny.
Oh, and then some.
Somebody get 50,000.
And that young lady gets to put the sold sticker in the windshield. Very nice. Here's a 71 Chevelle. It's going to follow up the Z28.
Yep, another street machine, 454, not born with it. And we'll snoop underneath the hood in just a second here and get a closer look at it. There you go. I don't know what lurks inside there. Could be hydraulic lifter, solid lifter, high compression, although I do see a low-rise cast iron intake manifold, so it's not too radical. Great color. That a Scott Hoke blue?
Yes, I'll do that.
I know, because some of these blues are so similar, you know, that one shade or two off, and you're thinking, man, not really, a little too light, a little too dark.
And I was kind of waiting for for it to change under a different set of lights for a minute, to be honest with you, because the lights can play tricks on you a little bit. But that's in the wheelhouse.
I would agree. Riddler wheels, staggered, a little bigger in the back.
I wouldn't want to go lighter on the blue. Darker is okay.
Right, yeah. Again, there are those stripes. They just look right at home on these Chevys, these classic Chevys.
So, F-145,
Well, and that's going to be the final number on the Chevelle, $45,000. Here's another Mustang that is really, quite honestly, channeling a little bit more of the Boss 302 look than the one a few cars ago did.
Yes, and at least this has a 302 in it, the F code. But that's not the 302 that you'd find in a real Boss 302. That little honking solid lifter motor. Automatic. Bucket seats. And the reserve is off. That didn't take long. There you see the automatic transmission. All 4 speeds of 1970 in the Boss 302 and the Boss 429. Hood mounted tack.
So, $35,000, Jared.
Well, 35 buys that one, and as we take a break, one more shot of the young lady taking care of the sold sticker and the hammer as well. Back in a moment. Whoops. of the cars that's coming up a little bit later on is this really sweet 1970 Mercury Cougar Boss 302 Eliminator. They didn't make many, only 323. Came with that 290 horse 302 and a 4-speed. That's competition orange. And it was built in October of 1969. Coming to the block a little bit later on this afternoon here in Harrisburg. Right now, let's swing the camera over there a little bit, and we're going to pick up the action on a 1963 Impala Super Sport that's rolling up. Another Impala equipped with that legendary 425 horse 409, Bill Stevens.
Well, for a lot of people, including myself, my favorite year for the Chevy Impala. Styling-wise, of course, but this 425 horsepower 409 now is on the way out. By 1965, the 409 was gone to make room for the 396. Big intake manifold mounted with a couple of big 4-barrel carburetors. This one with a Muncie 4-speed and a 370 positive traction rear end. Love those 63 Impala Super Sport wheel covers. And the factory correct wheel tires, by the way, mounted on those wheels, those factory steel wheels, 800 by 14 2-ply white walls. Yeah, they hid a Pioneer CD stereo in the glove box. It is pretty tricky.
Ooh, sneaky them.
Yeah. But no, the red on red, that's 100% for me. Yeah, 1963, 1964, several choices horsepower-wise out of that 409, that 340 horse, the 360 horse, going through the history of the 409, the 400 horse, and here's the 4.25 horse, and that was the biggest dog in the pound.
Well, $85,000. The bid goes on that Impala. You know, it's time for us to send it over to Chris Jacobs, who is standing by with a very special guest and our good friend, and they're going to talk about one of the most talked about cars in this entire building. Chris?
Yes, got talked about and eyeballed. Of course, I'm here with longtime friend of the show, no stranger to Mecum, Tim Wellborn. Tim, I was saying to you that McCacken, the barn find exhibit at McCacken is always the most popular. People have been checking this car out all day. We're looking at a 1968 true barn find, unrestored, was parked for decades. Man, what are your thoughts on this car?
If you go to Mackin, what you're just talking about, everybody goes to the barn find section first. Same things happened here at Mecum today. This thing has been flooded with people all day long. Why? People love to see these cars as they are found. And it would be a shame, in my mind, to see this car restored. I probably would take it home, wash it, if it's mechanically 100% again, and drive it. And you go to a show with this, Chris, and I'll tell you one thing, people will follow this car till it stops, because they want to see it rather than something comes by shiny. And I got plenty of shiny cars. Okay, I know about that too, but I do have a couple in the museum that are unrestored similar to this, and I got to tell you, they go to that every time they come to the car museum first off. That's just the way it is.
Now we're getting a look at the interior right here, and you and I were both remarking as to the fantastic shape that the interior is in. Certainly it's dirty, and this dirt is old, but it's all there.
Oh, yeah, everything's there. You got a crack in the driver's seat. Yeah, well, that's normal. But if you look at everything else, this interior would clean up. It's just, this is a really neat piece of history, and I hope that the new caretaker that comes along that gets this car sees what it is. You may clean on it, but do not restore it. Let it always tell its story. I'm a great car. I've never been wrecked. Very little rust at all. And just leave it this way.
Yeah, and you know what? Unusual color combination too, because this is green interior. It may look black, but that steering wheel horn, the surround, that's green.
It is green, and the carpet is actually green. It's faded a little bit, obviously after 55 plus years or whatever it is. But another thing, it's a GTX, and it's got the green stripe on the outside. You can imagine how pretty this car was when it was delivered from the dealership. it would have been one I'd have been proud to drive off in back in Vietnam days. You know?
Now, I know Scott Hoke's got a quick question for you, and I will relay it to you. Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. I'm just wondering what Tim thinks about the consignor decision to bring it here and display it without cleaning it up at all. Does that make a difference?
Scott wants to know about the consignor's decision to bring the car here in this condition and display it like this. Good thing or bad thing as far as the sale goes when it goes across the block tomorrow?
I think it's a great thing because this car has its own story. You can have somebody tell you about a car that's been painted and restored, but this car tells me when I walk around it, I'm original, I've never been wrecked, and I have got very little rust. That's the kind of car you want to send across the block. Now, I've seen a lot of people come over and put their finger on the dust. I don't know why they're doing that, other than maybe they want to smell the dust.
Want to make sure it's real and not like some faux dust.
Right, exactly. Great machine. We'll see what it does. You know, a car like this could easily be north of 150. Who knows? It could even go way up more than that. And it's a great machine.
Well, we're going to find out together. Tim Wellborn, thank you so much. And Scott and Bill, we all know that old adage, they're only original once, and this car is the absolute prime example of that. Back to you.
Yes, sir, guys. Thank you both very much. That'll be coming across tomorrow, man.
Did they mention that's a Hemi car?
Oh, well, I think they did.
That's as much a part of the story as anything. That's
yes,
the one.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. The reserve is off on this 91 Mustang that's on this side of the building.
Popular choice for the street rats back in the early 1990s, the Mustang 5.0. This one with a manual, a 5-speed with overdrive. And it sells for $25,000, market correct.
Sure does. And a 78 Trans Am SE. First one of these we've had this weekend is right behind it, the SE Special Edition.
Yeah. Yeah, and this has got, boy, that ever-present black and gold paint. Tell that paint scheme a mile away. There's that 400 cube V8. And that was kind of like on the back nine by 1978. Big changes straight ahead for the Trans Am. Automatic transmission, got power steering and brakes, and T-tops. Not all of them had the T-tops. This one does. Power windows. See the wheels? Snowflake wheels. BF Goodrich, TA radial, high performance, rubber. And it sparkles underneath the lights here. Mecum block. Yep, strong money too in the mid-60s.
You know what to do, right? At 63, going back and forth. Yes or no? $64,000. How much you guys back here? $64,000, Laura. $64,000.
Technically not a Smokey and the Bandit car.
She said no.
Go back a year to be on the bullseye for one of those, but this doesn't really give up very much to those cars in terms of appearance.
Sure, thank you.
And the connection to the movie.
Oh, no question about that. And that movie's never going to go out of style. Neither are these cars.
No.
$63,000 takes care of that. Next up on the block, Super Snake GT500 from 2011.
Oh boy, this is a carnivorous automobile. Supercharged 5.4 liter V8 Kenny Bell water-cooled supercharger. Total value of the deal, 800 horsepower. Shelby Bear 6-piston caliper brake system. Haul it down. Super Snake wheels, carbon fiber body components, and of course the transmission, 6-speed manual with a short throw shifter. Yep, this is what you call your basic new generation muscle car.
Wow, you are exactly right.
Yeah.
Muscle car era 2.0.
Oh, right in the heart of it.
$85. 85.
85. 85, we bring in 85. You get 85.
That color combination doesn't hurt it at all. With the
painted calipers.
Right, but I'm talking about the wheels in conjunction with that red body color and the kind of matte gray rally stripes.
Yeah.
And the three of them that harken back to the original Super Snake. We know that car.
If anybody's never driven an 800 horsepower car, you owe it to yourself at least once in your life. Might be the last thing you ever do, but you'll have a pleasant memory to go out with.
You'll have fun doing it. Yes, indeed. Well, before we get you back to the block, let's take a gander at the 303 staging lane and tell you about one of the fantastic products from our friends and one of our partners at 303. We're talking about 303 Protectant. It is a UV protectant that will keep your plastic, rubber, and vinyl surfaces from those harsh UV rays and keep them looking absolutely brand new. And you can find out more, interior and exterior, by the way. You can find out more at that website, 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. And get a load of the car that we have this protectant displayed on. A 1966 Pontiac GTO Tri-Power. You see that 389. 4-speed transmission, rotisserie restoration, but so much eyeball. Marine turquoise exterior, parchment interior. Oh my goodness. Original sheet metal too. Bill, it's coming to the block tomorrow on Saturday here at Mecum Harrisburg.
My breath has been stolen from my lungs. Wow, the perfect GTO from 1966 in the minds of many, the best year.
And use that liberally, the 303 Protectant I'm talking about on your vintage car. How about this? Our second Barracuda Formula S that we've had today. This one at no reserve. Was the other one 1970?
No.
No, it was a
68.
68.
Yep. And Chris pointed out that the one that we saw previously had a 340. You could also have a 383, as this car has a 383 with a torque flight. 355 short rib.
Sorry, we mentioned earlier that the 383 more adept at going in a straight line, where that 340 would be more appropriate for handling the curves. So
yes.
I'm glad to see we've got one of each and one from each year, too.
Yeah.
So you don't see a lot of Formula S's, especially two at one auction.
Right. And that big rear window, 1969. We soon saw the end of that as well on the Barracuda.
All right, the Barracuda brings $45,000 to a 1972 K5 Blazer next.
Okay, the first question, is it modified? Is it stock? Is it original? Well, it is restored. New black paint, custom interior. It's got a rebuilt 350 in it, which it may have had when it was born. Rebuilt, turbo 350, 17-inch fuel to the brand wheels. And new parts everywhere, exhaust, wiring harness, fuel tank, fuel lines, brakes, brake lines. Even the chrome is new. And look at that houndstooth interior in a Blazer.
Wait a minute.
I mean, that
plaid. You call that houndstooth?
Oh, it looks like houndstooth, but you're right. It's
and you're correct, plaid, but whatever it is stunning. It was a lot of eyeballs on this Blazer in staging, including mine, and wow, what an effect that has when you open that door to counteract the black.
I know you know that.
Actually, it kind of looks sort of like houndstooth in that application, in a Blazer, which you wouldn't expect it. Never mind. Oh, good, it sold. Oh no, it didn't. Oh my.
We'll call it plaid tooth.
Yeah. Okay.
Somebody needs to shake the handle on my toilet tank right now.
Oh dear. The bid goes on number was $60,000 for that Blazer. Another choice GTO up next, Bill, from 1967.
Yeah, choice is right, buddy boy. Ooh. Convertible. First year for the 400 cube V8. It's got it with Tri-Power, which Not available in 1967. You don't get a 4-barrel on there. And the high horsepower version would give you 360 ponies. Automatic transmission. Montreux Blue. Oh my, with aftermarket wheels. Let's swing into the interior. Accessory gauges under the dash. And the Krager SS Mags. High performance raised white leather tires.
I don't remember seeing that blue before, but I love it.
Yeah,
and
right.
You know what it conjures up for me? Montreux Blue?
No.
The Montreux Jazz Festival.
That's right. Are they still having that?
Oh, I believe they are, yeah. That is a spectacular car.
Oh, it really is.
And that couple should be very happy with that. $82,000. That's terrific.
Top dollar, but I'll tell you, they did not overpay.
Wowzers. Hey, Bill, we may need to get you oxygen again after this Super Snake from 2015.
Oh, Scott, do you know how to perform the Heimlich maneuver?
I can try.
Okay, well, you know what? Keep an eye on me. Yeah, the supercharged 5-liter V8, 6-speed manual transmission. We're pushing over 600 horsepower out of that 5.0. Ruby red exterior, black stripes. And some extras, too, to get your dual-zone climate. The red brake calipers, and there's the inside. See the 6-speed manual shifter, a little stubby shifter there. Lean and mean, hunkered down and ready to terrorize an unsuspecting victim. Although this does telegraph its passes, I don't think you're going to sneak up on this or have it sneak up on you. It's got all the menace from any distance.
70, 69, 70,000. And it's going to be 70 band down. Pot get a bit of 70 band, 69, 70 band, 70 pound, down, 70,000. 769.
Congratulations.
All right, the handshake seals the deal here. 69,000 at no reserve. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back and catch up with Chris and Rutledge. Guess what they're going to talk about?
Welcome back to Mecum Auctions in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. It is a packed house today. There are people everywhere because we've got some amazing cars just like this one, Chris. Have you ever seen before?
Rutledge, I am officially obsessed with this car. 1975 Buick Century Free Spirit Pace Car Edition. Only about 1,800 of these were produced. And it's not at all about performance. Don't get confused by hearing that it's a pace car. It's 350 under the hood. The thing is big as a small yacht. And it's all about the style.
It's unbelievable.
T-tops.
It's got T-tops. It's got white leather interior or vinyl. It's definitely white, though. It's got the horseshoe shifter. It also has ice-cold AC, I was told by the guy driving that.
And let's talk about these graphics. These are not just slapped on.
Oh, no.
This is pinstriping on the side view mirrors here, but if you come back here and you take a look at the Indy logo, this is underneath the clear, most likely hand-painted. The Buick logo on the rear quarter, also under the clear. The color-matched wheels, I mean, we could go on. We could do a whole segment on this car.
We really could. I love it. The real question is I have for Scott. Scott, tell me, because I am sure you know, who won the 59th Annual Indy 500 there, May 25th, 1975?
Well, that's an easy one, actually. That would have been Bobby Unser.
That's
one of 9 victories for the Unser family. That was his second of 3, and it was rain shortened, actually. And what is even a cooler question, the guy that drove that Buick Century pace car in 1975 to pace the race at the beginning, James Garner.
Oh, wow. What a day to be at that race.
How about that? Well, it did end up going short because of the rain.
I remember, yes.
It was very cool, yeah. Not exactly one of the most memorable designs ever.
Right.
But for that time period, perfectly appropriate.
But you know, they usually had to tweak the engines in the pace cars if the original engine didn't have enough moxie to pace the race, so I don't know what they've done to that Buick, because in 75, there really wasn't a muscle Buick available.
Yeah, and just when you thought this car couldn't get any cooler, you bring up Jim Rockford behind the wheel. I mean, come on, let's go.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about, man. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Always fun to talk pace cars and Indy 500 history, and I'll give my guys over at the Speedway Museum a little plug. Newly reopened and renovated, and it is absolutely spectacular in Indy. Check it out if you get a chance. Check out this 1970 Chevy K10 pickup truck. Whoa!
Oh, yeah. Big and brawny. Nickname of this truck is the Hulk, but with that color, it might be better to be called Shrek. But let's just go with it anyway. It's the Hulk. Yeah, this is a turbo diesel, by the way. The 5.9-liter Cummins turbo diesel, the 5-speed manual. Yeah, this is muscular all the way, 4-wheel drive. Rough country suspension system with a 18-inch Vision wheels. 37-inch Cooper mud-terrain tires. Ready to take on anything.
Remember the Hulk's name before he became the Hulk?
Bannister.
David Banner.
David Banner.
I think.
I think you have it, yeah. What was Shrek's name before in the movie?
Shrek.
Shrek?
Yes.
I can never remember that.
Don't make Shrek angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry.
Don't do it.
Hey, hammers it for $63,000. That's a cool pickup truck.
Yeah, you know, they didn't.
No doubt about it.
No graphics, pinstripes, no extra artwork on it, just solid green paint.
Yeah, don't need it.
No.
Stands alone, man. Love it. 67 Mustang following that up. Oh, it's got some power here, Bill.
Yeah, 5-liter V8 here. It's got the 5.0 with 345 horsepower because it's got the atomic EFI, electronic fuel injection from MSD. And to top off that ignition system, a Pro billet distributor. Yeah, Edelbrock polished intake billet specialties, true track system. Stainless steel exhaust with Borla mufflers. Special engine management as well underneath. Front coil over suspension. Struts underneath there. Adjustable shocks. A lot of work. A lot of upgrades. A lot of mods. And a lot of money. $84,000. Sold American.
Cats.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet. Here comes another Shelby Cobra replica from the guys at Backdraft, Bill. 1965.
Yeah, we've had another Backdraft car earlier today. This one with a Roush stroker in it, rated at 450 horsepower. Tremec 5-speed. And again, you just season your Cobra replica to your own taste. And very sanitary engine room there. Roush. Boy, we're going to have a Roush collection coming up here, as we've seen a couple of times already.
Nashville.
Yeah. Gloss black paint, silver stripes, echoing the glory days of the racing Cobra. Side exhausts. Side exhaust shields on there. Not per original. Because you see, if you had an original Cobra with side exhaust, who needs stinking shields, man? Just be a man and get a third-degree burn on your leg. Believe me, I've been there. Just be careful.
Bill, there was a series on Instagram, definitely social media, where it was like, oh, you need a ladder, you fell, be a man, take some Advil. That was essentially your version of like, oh, you want a Cobra? Burn your legs.
That's how it
Be tough.
Comes with it. Look-alike pin drive wheels on this one. Hallebrand style wheels, by the way. Yeah, they make a pretty convincing wheel that echoes the original pin drive wheels from the Cobra. Those are bolts on. Those are not wheels that are secured by the knockoff hubs. So they can go on a conventional brake drum.
I think I remember a few years ago totaling up worldwide. There were something along the order of almost 30 companies that were doing or supplying kits to do your Cobra replica. I don't know if that number still holds or not. Probably not.
We've lost a bunch.
Yeah.
We've lost a bunch. But the premium, the really good replica companies, Factory 5, Backcraft, Kirkham, of course, the Shelbys, the continuation card, Superformance, which gets the imprimatur of Shelby, which certainly makes them legit. Yep. Yep. But boy, Everett Morrison, I'm trying to think, Shell Valley, oh boy, NAF, bunch of companies.
Yep. 59,000 buys this replica. And we move on to a 1940 Ford Deluxe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Scott. It's got a Roush stroker in this connect. Oh, no.
What?
No. Turn the page, Bill. It's got a 350 crate motor in it.
Let me shake that toilet handle again.
Yeah, well, it has had an engine swap. Now, let me see here. There's a 350 Chevy in there with a 3-speed automatic, power disc brakes, power steering, cruise control. It's like driving a new car. And again, the riddle comes up. Scott, what car has been hot rodded more than any other? We have the 1940 Ford on our list. Mocha Beige is the color outside. VDO instrumentation with vintage air. Boy, that's as good. Let me, yes, okay. I think I mentioned it. I'm looking at the front wheels and how they hug the outside of those fenders. Usually when you see that, that means it's got a disc brake conversion, and this one does. Just spreads those front wheels out a little bit.
Okay, the reserve is off, Bill, on this one.
That's 40,000 for the 40 Ford.
We got to go back, guys. We've got 42. You want to give me 43? 3!
Yes. 45 pounds it ought to be 35. 45, 43.
I know they call that light mocha beige. That just oozes, no pun intended, that's silly putty to me, that color.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, putty. Yeah, that's a popular house color where I live.
Sure.
Exterior paint. By the way, just work with me for a second. I like the white walls, but you know I'm not a big white wall fan.
Yeah.
But on this car it works. Picture this car instead of the white walls with red line tires. Ooh. With that thing with this putty color?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That I did not expect you to go there, but
boy,
I can see it.
I can see it in my head.
What do we say, boys?
Very nice. Well, $46,000 is good enough for that 1940 Ford. I want to give you a heads up on a program that's coming up, actually premiering tomorrow night. Speaking of cars from the 40s, how about Mecum presents cars of the 40s and 50s? You can see that tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. out west, Mecum TV. So tune that in. And now we move to that 1975 Buick Century Pace Car Edition.
No one could have predicted this. This is amazing.
That, yeah, 50, look at this, 55 grand already. Rutledge and Chris were just going crazy over this car a while ago. Guffawing, that's a good one.
Bill, it's so nice. It's so nice, it's unbelievable. It really is. Just the way that this car was done and presented, I couldn't believe the numbers this high. There's more than one phone bidder. I'm pretty sure I know who one of them is because they were texting me about it earlier. Wow.
This is making me very happy.
Well, you are a free spirit, Rutledge, so I kind of get the drift here.
Hey, I will tell you guys, I remember as a kid, I was 12 in 1975. My first race was in 73, but I remember these cars driving around Indy in the month of May in 1975. Absolutely.
Yeah, you know, I mentioned whether or not they had to do something to the engine to make it race ready if it were a real pace car that was used in the race. They put a cam in this, got a high-performance, high-lift cam in it, and that basically is it. But again, we don't think this is an actual car that paced the 500.
No.
So the one that did probably has a lot more engine work done to it.
This is definitely a pace car edition.
Yeah.
and it reached a high bid of $67,000. So with that, we'll take a quick break here from Harrisburg and resume our coverage in a few minutes. Stay with us. Some of the sights and sounds at Mecum Harrisburg on this fantastic Friday. Hope you're having as much fun as we are here at the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex. How about this? An early 63 Chevy 2 Nova here, Bill. Don't think we've seen one of these yet.
No, these first-gen Chevy 2s, before they became known as Novas exclusively, right here. That's the 283. It's the first time that they put a V8 in the Chevy 2, and throughout that first generation you could get a 4, a 6, or an 8. Finally they got the 283. Eventually they got the 327, and if you want to go even newer, they wound up getting a 396. But this is where it all began, the V8 generation for the Nova, which came later. It also has the Power Glide automatic transmission, red on red. This is just a little cruiser.
Yeah.
Not out there to hurt anybody, just to look good and feel good. Top is down, and 40's not enough.
You know, we talked about cars that lend themselves well to customization. I would give that the Chevy 2 Nova an honorable mention, because often we see them like this, but man, we do see them really puffed out.
Yeah, total
on occasion.
Pro builds, yeah.
Very responsive to that sort of treatment. So they reopened this car, by the way. So we left it at 40,000 a minute ago. Now at 45, it will finally head to the bid goes on officially. Okay, and that makes room on the block for a 1981 Trans Am.
1981 Pontiac Trans Am, 6.6 liter engine. Now this is where people begin to get into that debate. Could you get the 6.6 in the Trans Am in 1981? They were switching away from that big 400 cube engine and bringing in the smaller displacement, the turbo motors. This one with a 6.6 and an automatic transmission, power, steering, and brakes, as just about all of them had. Shaker hood, the snowflake wheels, and Cooper Cobra aftermarket radial tires, and showroom condition, bumper to bumper. And again, we're a few years removed from the Smokey and the Bandit vintage car, but once again, if you're wearing that black and gold, that's the first thing people think of. Not an SE, by the way, but it has that SE striping, a special edition war paint on it.
I got 25 here. 25. Yep.
26.
I got you at 25, sir. We'll try and get the reserve off.
Reserve is up.
There we go.
$26,000. Anybody else? So, 25.
All right. Thank you very much.
Oh, very reasonable.
Very reasonable for a Trans Am in that condition, too, with that legendary paint palette.
Yep. So with the sale of that car, we get to take a look at a 1969 Oldsmobile Hearst Olds. And
I remember somebody on our team here gave us a preview of this car.
Yep, this was the car that was in the State Farm booth.
Oh, that's right.
They always have phenomenal cars in there.
That's
this
right.
being no exception, Bill.
Yeah, interesting here. This is a 69 Hearst Olds, the second year for these. Down a little bit on horsepower from 68, down to 380. Good Lord. With that big 455 cubic inch engine. Automatic transmission with a Hearst dual gate shifter. Great story here. These cars kind of thumb their nose at General Motors because during this time period, GM did not want to build your car with more than 400 cubes if it was an intermediate, a downsized car. So the guys at Oldsmobile talked to the shifty doctor, Doc Watson, at Hearst, and they conjured up the Hearst Oldsmobile and sidestepped that 400 cubic inch displacement limit, and I'm so glad that they did. The earlier cars would be silver. Now they have the white and the gold. This one is pretty rare because of the AC. Not all of them had that. And I'm blanking. Chris, maybe you can help me. There's a gentleman, and I apologize, I don't remember his name, but he was responsible for pinstriping every Hearst Oldsmobile. Henry.
Yeah, and we talked about this at a previous auction too, and I'm blanking on his last name.
Shame on me.
So, yeah.
I got to write it down.
But that is a pretty cool factoid for those cars.
And hand pinstriped all the Hearst Oldsmobiles.
Well, we'll look that up and we'll get back to you. But I would like to shout out my buddy Joe Spagnoli, who is a friend of Mecum Auctions, and he is an expert on Hearst Olds, and I'm sure he's got some connection to this car through some channel. But Joe, I hope you're doing well if you're watching.
Yes. Good thought there.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You're probably going to say something more important than me.
I thought I was just going to say that car sold for $80,000.
That's important.
It is.
Okay.
Would you like to go introduce the next car?
No, because I want to mention I spoke to Linda Vaughn the other day, who I associate with these cars so closely. She's doing fine, had some health issues, but she wants to say hi to everybody.
Cool.
Hope she is doing well. Yeah, this is a Camaro Super Sport 1970. The reserve is off $50,000. Our crack research team may have come up with the answer on the Hearst Olds.
Yeah, I remember the name now. Go ahead, Chris.
Paul Hatton.
That's him.
Oh, it's so close to Harry.
And
well, an age.
Shout out to our producer, Sean Belby, for looking that up for us.
Yep, indeed. And this one stays at 50, and that's where it sells. Oh, look at this beauty. 1953 3100 Chevy 5-window pickup truck.
Yeah, they began with a frame-off restoration, and then when they started putting it back together again, they put in an LS swap, a 4L60 automatic transmission with overdrive, QA1 coilover suspension, 4-wheel power disc brakes. Inside the cabin, you'll see in just a moment a great shot of that engine there. You'll see what they did there. That's the bed, hardwood bed in the back. And there you have the interior. Looks like OEM bucket seats from something. I'm not sure where. Trade City Original on the dashboard. US mags. Big ones in the back and little ones up top. And you will love that paint job. Very simple red metallic paint that is high gloss. That's a clear coat that is just phenomenal.
It's almost like a wine color from certain angles and a little more red, kind of depending on where you look from. How about the sliding rear window, which is obviously an updated custom on the back? I don't think I've seen one like that before.
Right.
How cool.
I call those the split window pickup truck because it's a 3-piece rear window you see there.
real quick.
Always love those 5 windows. Hard not to.
Yeah,
just what a style.
Mm-hmm.
65,000. The reserve's off. You know, I wonder if those seats may have come out of a Suburban or some kind of maybe a Silverado or something.
Yeah, very tall. Yeah, very tall.
Congratulations.
All right, 65 will do the trick. Yeah, they have signed on the dotted line for more than one vehicle.
Yes, I was going to say, they're repeat customers.
Indeed.
Do you know what I notice watching couples when they're here together? They get so excited. I've never seen this. The only thing you see is the wife usually leans over and gives a smooch on the cheek to the husband. I've never seen a husband lean over and lay a juicy kiss on and say, thank you for letting me do it. Like, it's so funny how it's very one-sided here, these shenanigans.
This is turning into Dr. Phil.
Well, let's talk about it, Bill.
Well, let's discuss this GTO for a bit. From 1966, it's a convertible, and it is a lovely example.
Yes, it is. 1966, a 389 is what you got, but somebody decided, I'm going to push the clock ahead 1 year and go with a 400 cubic inch Pontiac engine with a tri-power setup. And a 4-speed manual with a Hurst shifter, the 10-bolt 355 safety track. That was an extra cost option. A lot of guys went with that, especially with that tri-power setup.
All right, we have an 8-track player.
Okay.
With an 8-track in there, and it is Very rock and roll. AC/DC Back in Black.
Oh, all right.
So not quite appropriate for the year of the car, but you know what?
It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay in my book.
Yeah, it is. There are the wheels that go with anything, those American Racing Torque Thrust 2s.
Okay, moving on. After that car reached a high bid of $62,000, Chevy Apache pickup truck. Look what they've done under the hood here.
Oh, boy, modifications, abundanza. How about all of those holes that have been drilled into the inner fender wells? We don't see that done to go along with the louvers on the hood as well. Boy,
that's like a Swiss cheese Apache.
That engine is not going to overheat. Trust me. There's going to be air flowing through there from every angle. Look at that. Even the inner wheel wells in the back have had that circular vent treatment. The engine is a 350, small block, 385 horse with a turbo 400.
What an effect, too. You know, it almost turns into a different truck when that hood goes up. You see all of that orange.
Yeah.
And I think especially so because the interior, they didn't carry it through into the interior. The interior is red.
Right.
Underneath the hood and the edge compartment is orange.
And it's got almost like an eggshell-like effect. There's almost a little hint of maybe a light
little
pearl.
matte.
Yeah, it's like a matte with a light
Yes.
pearl. But boy, inside that bedwork, the louvers everywhere around there, the interior, this thing is gorgeous. And I'm trying to decide, Bill, did they flip that rear bumper upside down to have it loop up that way?
Good question. I'm trying to remember whether or not I know what the original bumper would look like, but they could have.
Well, I think they probably fitted that bumper too and also brushed it to pick up the hoops on the wheels, and it is a great effect.
Yeah, by the way, that paint is called satin. That's why it has that soft look to it.
Yeah, that's perfect. I always liked the cut of the doors on this year because it gave you a little more room to swing your knees in, but I think, didn't some people call it like a knee knocker as you're hopping in there?
Well, that was what they call the tachometers in those 66 Chevelles, 66 and 7s, but a knee knocker door opening. You might be onto something there.
Yeah, if we can get a jib shot too of the bed, they've also carried these louvers through the wheel covers back here too, and as well as the holes that are drilled in both the bed front and also the wheel arches too. So it's a theme going on in this truck.
High bid on it at $52,000. The house here is already on this next car, a 1967 Camaro RS SS. Fabulous color combination, guys.
Bow your heads to an award-winning 67 Camaro RS SS, 350 in it, matching numbers, automatic transmission, Antique Automobile Club of America Grand National winner. 2007, national first prize in 2003. So this Camaro has been around for a while, winning very prestigious awards. Royal Plum, white nose stripe and the white vinyl top with a black interior, and a new owner at $53,000.
Boy, you said it. What a car that is.
Rally wheels, red line tires. That's an eyeful.
Here is a 1972 Mustang Sprint with a story to it.
And our storyteller is Mr. Chris Jacobs.
Yeah, this car was produced to commemorate the 1972 Olympics. That would have been the Summer Olympics in Munich, Germany, and the Winter Olympics in Sapporo, Japan. Only 1,900 approximately produced. It's sporting the 351 automatic transmission. That is Wimbledon white. You see the USA flag decal on the rear quarter. Blue with all accented by a red stripe and picked up inside the interior. Super, super clean. And Bill, when I was previewing this car, I had a question for you. So I'm looking at the 351, and it's got the earmarks of a Cleveland, but would they have been a Cleveland or a Windsor in 72? Because I know there was a third version of the 351 too that had a little bit higher profile, a little higher deck.
Right, both available in 1972, the Windsor and the Cleveland. This one is the H code 351, so it's not really the Muscle Man. And the whole story is, as you mentioned, this connection to the Olympics. Very collectible.
Well, the high bid on that Mustang Sprint, $25,000. We've got to sprint to a break, but worth another look at the happy couple. Really excited to arrive in Nashville September 23 through 26. You're looking at some of the cars from the Johnson's Horsepower Garage collection. More than 30 cars, one engine in fact, and it kind of spans the spectrum of a little bit of everything. One pre-war car in there, a couple of muscle cars from the original muscle car era, a modern ZR1, a Dodge Viper from 2013, and much, much more. Cannot wait for that. Can't wait for Nashville coming up near the end of September. Make sure you're planning on being there with us.
I used to live in Nashville. It'd be great to go back there and see how much has changed.
See if anybody remembers you.
Yeah, I would love to know.
Oh, here's a 72 Mustang convertible. Just a straight Mustang here, everybody.
Yeah, H code 351. That's the two-barrel, 177 horsepower with functional ram air, FMX automatic transmission. I heard a hammer, and that means
it's sold.
Yes,
$25,000.
By the way, Department of Cleanup. Let me go back real quick. 1972. Now, Ford did not have a Windsor for the Mustang, but we were talking about how there were several versions of the Cleveland back in 1972. And so, yeah, they phased out the Windsor engine shortly after 70-71.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
1972 Dodge Charger Rally is up next.
Here we go, staying in 1972 with a different manufacturer. There's the 340, the small block engine with a torque flight automatic behind it. B5 blue, black stripes, matching blue interior. Yeah, this little 72 Charger Rally won't send anyone to the poorhouse if it sells, but it's from a very memorable period in Mopar muscle car history.
Close bid at 20.
Nope, not far enough.
Yeah, 20,000 going to be the top bid on the Rally.
Chevy Nova, fully restored, upgraded SS appearance.
1970 Nova will follow that up now.
Little mini muscle job right here. 350 small block. Does have headers and dual exhaust and an automatic transmission. Hugger orange, color we all know and love. Aftermarket air cleaner there and valve covers, and you see the tubular exhaust headers. You see inside auxiliary gauges mounted in there with a black interior. And the retro sound system. See a lot of those now. Basically, it looks like an original OEM radio, but it has all new electronics behind it. Those look like weld wheels all the way around.
Another bid, down 7, now 8. 27 a bid, 28 pounds another. Bid 800 down. That's it. Hulse Road, 27, 28. 27 pound, 28 pounds another.
SS badging, not a real SS.
Right.
I don't know if you mentioned that, but
yep, column shifted. Probably a turbo 350.
Raise your bid to 30, sir. Raise your bid to 30. I can sell it to you. Raise your bid to 30. She would. We'll raise your bid to 30.
Is this the Mecum rule? I think it is. Russ Conklin's found the person who's got the high bid at 27,000.
27's bid, 28 pounds.
Don't have far to go.
27 pounds, 28 pounds then. 27 pound out of down, 28 bid down, negative 27 pound out of down, 28 pounds another bid down, down 27, 28. Anybody else? Negative 27 pound out of down, 28 pounds another bid, 8 bid down, 28 pounds another. 27 down, 28.
That's Jesse Cobb in the upper left-hand corner, and the reserve comes off at 27. So
28 pounds anybody else? Last call that it is.
Maybe the consignor decided it's time to lift it. That's okay. 27 it is.
I get it.
For that 1970 Nova.
It's like one of Dana's favorite lines. You came here to sell the car. So sell the car. You've heard him say that.
I think so.
Yeah. That's why they came.
It's true.
Yep.
Here's a first year C3 Camaro. See,
wow. You did it again.
I need to scoot my chair over a little bit.
Oh, that's cold.
Producer Taylor Rollins says, you need to shake the handle onto your toilet bowl now, Scott.
Hey, look at the bling under the hood of that Corvette,
Man.
huh? Yeah, that's a 327. It's what they had back in '68. That was restored about 5 years ago. Everything's been rebuilt from the engine through the drivetrain, the tranny, the rear end. Matching numbers 327, by the way, with a 4-speed manual, and that is candy apple red.
I was about to say, look how that red is laying on that Corvette.
That is the candy applest red I've ever seen. Silver interior. Aftermarket chrome-plated exhaust pipes. Yeah, 25, a little light. Man. Paint Hall of Fame?
Well, considering that it's on a '68 Corvette, absolutely.
Yeah. First ballot consensus.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is tough to do. 65 GTO right behind it here.
Second year for the GTO. And now the GTO is heading into a period where it's going through some horsepower and some comfort and convenience additions, becoming a little more refined year by year. That's the 389. That's what it ought to have with a 4-barrel carburetor, 335 horsepower in 1965. And there you see the interior. Automatic transmission with the bucket seats and console. Montero red. Black interior we just saw. Power steering and brakes. Krager wheels and the Cooper Cobra Radial GT white letter tires.
Hard to find anything wrong with the visuals of that car, am I right?
You're right. I mean, you're starting off with a car that could fill a history book, the GTO, the second year. And the styling, again, you won't find an ugly angle on this automobile. Looks good from every single way you can look at it. So leave it alone.
And for all of that, it still comes up a bit under the money at $32,000.
Yeah, I'm thinking upper 30s, low 40s would probably seal the deal.
So in the meantime, a 350 equipped 1937 Chevy pickup is up.
Yeah, not often seen a 37 Chevy pickup. We don't even see many 1937 Chevy automobiles here coming through, and usually when we see them, they're fully restored to original. This one, anything but. 350, small block power, automatic, frame-off restoration. It's been all disassembled and put on, back together again. Gunmetal gray, metallic paint, charcoal interior. Put a tilt steering column in there, floor shifter between the bucket seats.
Now, I couldn't see because the thing's pretty low, but I did notice that sort of full-length mirror that's in the bed of the truck, which I can only assume means this thing must look as good underneath as it does on top, and therefore the consignor probably had that mirror outside underneath so people could take a look.
Exactly. You know, a frame-off restoration means the truck's been all disassembled. What better way to detail everything before you put everything back together?
Well, I think they're pretty happy with it. And $50,000, the hammer price for that pickup truck. 72 C20 will follow it up.
Another one of the 100 pickup trucks here in Harrisburg. Frame-off restoration again, but big cubes, modified 496 cubic inch V8. 5-speed manual transmission. Power steering, positive traction. They got headers on that 496 as well with electric cutouts. Oh, let that 496 sound off. White exterior, see the ghost flames gently applied. There's the interior. Soft cloth finish on the bench seat. A lot of originality here. Aftermarket wheels all polished out.
$21,000, all he done. I get 20 down one.
And a C20. That's a two-wheel driver, not a four-wheel drive pickup.
Has the heavier duty, look like 8-lug suspension on there.
Mm-hmm.
That long bed.
Thank you.
Put a bunch of stuff back there. That's for sure.
I like the blue flames.
Do you have a lot of stuff in your garage at home?
I'm ashamed to say I do, but
Yeah, I'm thinking, you could use this truck.
absolutely. I ought to use it to load up and take all the stuff in my garage to Goodwill because it stays there. It never moves. It just stares at me.
Yeah, I feel your pain, man. Here's a 1968 Firebird following up the Chevy truck.
Yeah, it's got a 400 cube in it. It's been tweaked a little bit. Holly Sniper fuel injection. Also, automatic transmission behind it. Some other interesting changes. Put a touchscreen in there for the fuel injection system to keep an eye on it. Retro sound stereo. Yeah, how about that?
How about this color? Silver with turquoise interior.
Yeah, that's a little odd. Yeah, and that's solid silver. Once again, just left that silver all by itself to do the work. Power brakes, Pontiac rally wheels.
Trev Morbeck says we'll close the bid at 28 grand. For the Firebird, up next, 68 Chevelle.
Boy, everything's been modified. Nobody's leaving anything alone here. This is upgraded with the Super Sport appearance, not an original Super Sport. $396, automatic. Let's poke underneath the hood here. Low rise, cast iron intake, open element over a 4-barrel carb, and the chrome valve covers, and a set of headers there too. Krager SS wheels. How many millions of those have been sold over the years? See the aftermarket shifter with the reverse lockout handle on it there. That's from B&M. Pioneer sound system. Tinted glass. And a very simple but effective paint treatment. Solid red and a black interior. And that's going to go to the bid goes on.
On the block now, showing lot F193, a 77.
And it'll do that at $32,000.
No reserve.
Hey, no reserve. Hey, cleared under David, David, 58 pounds. Iron David again, 58 pounds. Under David again, 30.
Meantime, 77 C10 custom pickup truck. I'm looking at it. I can't even see the engine, Rutledge. All I see is the top of the air cleaner, man.
It's
all you.
Sunk way down in there. Really cool that they used a lot of different colors in the engine bay there to really bring it out. But I'll tell you what, it's the finish on the paint that's so wild to me. If you guys take a good look here going down, normally you would see a nice chrome band on here, but it's actually simulated. It looked like it was all airbrushed. Beautiful interior, uses a picnic box inside picnic basket to hide the air ride setup. You've got another big cooler back here. They even use barn door hinges, it looks like, in the bed, right, in that kind of almost like an ironwood sort of a style, so that way you'd have access to everything underneath. It's like patina plus. It's kind of wild. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Now, usually on a pickup truck, when we see how the bed is elevated like that, usually that's because of the hydraulics underneath in the back.
Yep.
So Rutledge did a great job of pointing out all the high points of that pickup truck, and it sells.
At $24,000. And that, no matter what the consignment sheet says, is brownie, tanny brownie.
Yep. Perfect.
All right. Here's a 57 Chevy 210 with rear quarter dressing like a Bel Air, which we see from time to time. Saw one of those yesterday, actually.
We did. Yeah. No, the parade of hot-rodded cars continues, and trucks, with a big block and a little 57 Chevy. It fit in there. They did it. Edelbrock intake, Mallory distributor with MSD ignition, Muncie M20 wide ratio 4-speed and 353 posi with long tube headers and Flowmaster mufflers. Pretty much the story on the drivetrain. We got the Krager SS wheels, the BF Goodrich TA radials, and the undercarriage has been painted and detailed to match the top side of the car. It has all the appearance it needs.
Some beautiful Tri-5s this weekend here in Harrisburg. Was it this morning or yesterday where we saw the wagon that was on the Wagoneer frame?
That was.
That was that
orange one.
It was yesterday.
Yeah,
I think.
That's what's amazing. You see
That
these
the Beauville?
tri-fives.
I believe it was the Beauville that was really riding high.
That's right. Done in so many different styles here this weekend. Any kind of style you'd want, we got them.
Yeah, we do.
Well, here's one that many Corvette lovers will be able to instantly identify. It's a 40th anniversary vet from 1993.
Oh, the Ruby cars. Yes, indeed. 300 horse, 350. And this is one of 2,043 of these anniversary convertibles that were built. The LT1 matched up with an automatic transmission and electronic climate control and the Bose Gold CD and cassette stereo. Power seats, alloy wheels, and a odometer that reads almost 23,000 miles. Well, you go to Bloomington Gold, you see 50 of these parked side by side. What a sight that is.
I get 18, under David at 18, 18, under David again, down 19, and down 19, under David at 18, 19, I get 18, down 20.
Yeah, you get a anniversary, 40th anniversary ZR1 too.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. 93, that's when the horsepower went up.
Yep.
405.
20, now 1, now 21, got $20,000.
But this is the 350, 300 horsepower.
There you go, reserves off.
If you want it for $21,000, yes or no? 21, higher than the mayor, $1,000 die. So 20.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you,
$20,000 is not
man.
bad.
Not at all.
Not bad for this car.
Some speciality there. It's an anniversary car.
Sure. Well, the next one is close, very close to that ruby red, but in 2007 they called it Monterey red. Not an anniversary car, but this convertible looks spectacular.
Right, C6, LS2, that'd be the 6-liter V8 with 400 horsepower with an automatic, and the 3LT equipment group. As we talked about, I think yesterday, how newer cars now, rather than just cherry picking your options, usually you have to buy a package or a group to get the things you want. This has nav, power top, leather inside, heated seats, and head-up display. Chrome wheels. By the way, that Monterey red, Scott, that was an extra cost option. You had to pay a little more for that.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
What, in 2007?
Yeah.
Yep, one of, let's see, 1, 2, 4, 5, 4 different extra paint, extra cost paint options.
$29,000, Travis.
Far we've come. The 63 Corvette, you wanted Sebring silver, was the only optional color. That was $81.
Yep. All right, $29,000, and it is that time of the day. We need to check in with Chris Jacobs for our daily installment of our Stable Performance Tip. Oh, Chris.
Yes, sir. Oh, Stable in-season protection. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. 1, you protect my fuel system. 2, you improve my engine's performance. And 3, and perhaps most important, you improve my gas mileage. Thank you, Stable. Put a little bit in your tank and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Well, okay, this car certainly needs maximum performance, and we're gonna get it out of this LS6. Bill and Scott mentioned earlier that there's only one at this auction, and this is it. 1970, of course. Chevelle, of course. That 454, black on black, 4-speed manual transmission, split bench seat. Now, the consignment sheet does say that this is a period correct 454. So not the numbers matching engine most likely, but it is an LS6 car and it is in the LS6 registry. So what's the difference between an LS5 and LS6? Well, quickly, it's performance. The LS6 got the aluminum intake, it's got the higher compression, and it's just got a lot more horsepower. So this is the one that you want. This is the daddy of them all, the LS6. Gonna be going across the block here in Harrisburg tomorrow on Saturday. I know you're gonna wanna see this one go across the block. Stick around, got a few more minutes to come here in Harrisburg.
Capital city of the great state of Pennsylvania, Harrisburg. Right by the Susquehanna River, that's downtown. Good look at it. We're just up the road in the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex and Expo Center, and as if we had drawn this up on the playbook in the quarterback room, you mentioned a ZR1 from the first model years in our last segment, and lo and behold, we get a 1990 ZR1 right now.
And this one, probably more than any other 1990 ZR1, is deserving of bidding higher than we normally see them bid. A two-time NCRS top flight winner, scoring 98.4 points out of 100. The odometer reads less than 2,000 miles, 2 owners for new, and of course, it's got the LT5, the 375 horsepower, 32-valve V8 that was designed by Lotus, built by Mercury Marine. They all had manual transmissions, the 6-speed. This one in the torch red, black interior. All the options that you would want, movable roof panels, power adjustable leather seats. It's got air, power windows, door locks, the digital speedometer, alloy wheels, window sticker, lots of documentation. I've come so close to buying a ZR1 in the past and I haven't done it. I wish somebody would kick me in the fanny so that I will finally get off the schneid. Oh, look at Chris, he's already.
Stand up.
All right, geez, just a metaphor. But no, I've always lusted for these ZR1s, the C4 cars. And those C6 ZR1s, they're nothing to sneeze at either with 638 horsepower. But just great car. Changed the whole game plan for Corvette in 1990. Called the King of the Hill. There was so much hoopla surrounding this car when it came out. The Corvette had sand kicked in its face for over a decade, and finally it was able to fight back and became a world-class sports car in 1990, ended in 1995, and again until we saw it in the C6 generation.
You take a check for 36?
Well, look at this, 38,000, and rarely do we see ZR1s from this era exceed $30,000 bidding, but because of the reasons you described, the low mileage and the award-winning nature of this car, that's why we're seeing this, but it's not apparently going to be enough.
Undervalued, 38, no sirree. You get first shot. You've got to be really motivated as the consignor to part with this ZR1 for that kind of money.
Advantage of being the current high bidder. Sir, you get 42, you own it. You get to make the first counter as well if you don't want to get 42. But I suggest you do because he's going to bid right here. You want to get 42?
Not only the engine on the ZR1s.
You want to get 40?
But the body's widened.
Right.
Accommodate those bigger tires in the back. They puffed out the doors and the rear quarter panels.
You don't want 39? Look, they're calling you. She's saying buy it. 39?
NCRS Top Flight. Last year.
Oh, yes, sir. He said, the heck with that, I'm going to roll the dice and take the reserve off. Now, I've got 38.
One Top Flight this year in January. That was at a Florida regional meet. I mean, it's proven itself.
Yeah, and another thing, I know you mentioned this, but it's worth repeating. Just 2 owners.
2 owners.
Since 1990.
I think you're going to get it.
Reserve is off.
Oh, boy.
So it's going to be 3 owners in a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
So, 38.
There it is.
Yeah, congratulations.
Oh, that was some good tactic by the buyer, too. He just waited it out. The reserve came off, and he got it for the price that he had bid for.
I'm jelly.
Yeah, well, your time will come.
Yeah.
We'll kick you in the fanny one of these days, and you'll pay attention.
I'll buy one.
Here's a 78 Corvette.
Well, I had 2 of these. I know, compared to a ZR1, I think.
Well, no, I mean, all your Corvette stories are interesting. What was the difference between the 2?
One was an L48, the standard engine. One was an L82.
Oh, okay.
And I think I mentioned previously a while back that I didn't find a big difference in how fast and how responsive the cars were.
Interesting, yeah. This is an L48. I'm sorry, L82.
L82, 220 horse, correct.
Yeah.
Yep, and the 4-speed. Odometer reads 18,000+ miles. Leather inside, AC, T-tops with the storage bags. And the black and black. Nice. And the optional wheels. Nicer. Been polished out. Very nice.
What do you think about the yellow letters on those tires?
Absolutely love them.
Yeah, that's getting to be a thing now. You can buy a tire lettering kit in all different colors. Red and blue, and what do you want to do? Yeah.
If you're not going to go white, as so many of them, the vast majority are, I love this Goodyear yellow.
Yeah, very
Eagle.
racing. Very cool
Wasn't
look.
it like, weren't they yellow letters on the race tires? But maybe not. I thought it was white on the street when they did it.
Times,
Right.
At times they were yellow.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
It really does make it pop. Suddenly you're like, oh.
Yeah.
Especially on an all-black car. That's very trick, man. In just a really easy sort of way.
Absolutely.
It makes such a difference. Okay, let's see. We're going to move on to a 1967 GTO now. Current bid at $40,000.
Hey, Scott.
With a bit of an, I was going to say, a bit of an interesting mill.
Well, is it a 400 cube? Is it a 426, 450?
No.
Keep going.
You're in the neighborhood.
461 cubic inch engine from Butler Performance. Wow. I wonder what that's running for compression. You might have to put aviation fluid in that engine. Tremec 5-speed 2, Holly Sniper electronic fuel injections feeding that engine. And they did a little work on the underside. QA1, adjustable coilover suspension. Engine has Hoke headers too, by the way.
And Bill, I'm seeing the color here is plum mist. Is that a close cousin of the royal plum that we saw across the block just a little earlier?
Yeah.
That's a one-year color, 1967.
Yep, and not often seen.
And I think was it a Camaro that came by with that royal plum?
I think you're right. Yep. It's got a 5-speed, not a 4-speed in it. American racing wheels.
With a high bid at $49,000. Okay, on to a 10th anniversary 79 Trans Am right now.
We have done justice to the Pontiac nameplate today, haven't we?
Oh, yes, sir.
Lots of them. This is the 79 Pontiac Trans Am, the 10th anniversary. And to this day, it was the largest selling year for the Pontiac Trans Am. Updated with a 6-liter LS2, that's going to give you 400 horsepower. Rebuilt 4L60 automatic transmission. T-top car, there you see the interior, gray to match the silver on the outside.
Chris, you like these cars. How do you like that color combo on this
I
one?
love these cars, especially because of the silver interior. That's what jumps out at me the most. And when they're in this well-preserved condition, too, or perhaps well-restored, they look especially good.
And you're right, Bill. The Pontiac love has come from all directions with the Trans Am, Firebirds.
GTO.
We had the GTO. We had that G8, right?
G8, couple of Catalinas.
Executive.
Had the Executive. Yeah. We have definitely been tipping our hat to the people at Pontiac throughout this auction.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you heard the hammer fall, and it does so at $27,000 for this anniversary TA. And now we will roll out a 1933 Dodge custom pickup truck.
Yep, budget build. Hemi V8 from a 53 Chrysler Imperial. Yeah, you know, the Hemi engine goes back to 1951. Did you know that? The old firepower Chrysler. Yep, this is the early vintage of the Hemi. Steel cab and bed. Independent front end, some AC. Tilt steering column. Beige outside, the beige and blue inside. Conservative wheel treatment too, as you saw. Color match wheels with the center caps and trim rings.
And Bill, I really like that they brought the color that they used on the fins of the engine, the intake, some other little parts. They brought that same color, it seemed like, as the center of the wheels. Again, not trying to make it a crazy juxtaposition, but just a mild little colored pop.
Yeah, you are correct.
That really cool DB logo on the wheels there too. Dodge Brothers, of course.
All right, so we will move on from that little truck that sold for, well, let's see, what did it sell for? It did not. High bid at $60,000. My mistake. 1967 Plymouth GTX. We'll be right behind it.
This is righteous, people. Oh, boy. It's got the 440 cubic inch, 375 horsepower Super Commando V8. Sometimes I go Commando, but we don't have to talk about that. 4-speed manual transmission. Love that. Bright red, black inside, Hurst floor shifter. We'll see it right now. Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't change a thing. Look at this. Style road wheels, what they call those wheels, come in any number of names. Magnum 500, Magnum 500 look-alike, style road wheels.
Got true blue resto here. This is just so great all the way around. Red line tires, very well done. Great stance.
Sir. First year for the GTX.
$60,000 bid. $62,000. 60.
Jimmy Landis has the bid at 60 and is asking for 62.
Boy, you'd be the star of any cruise night, rolling in with that. Ooh.
Yeah, I would suspect this level of runs. Oh, well, hush my mouth. I thought that was going to take a few thousand more to get the reserve up, but there you go. Wow. Just entered the well-bought category if it stays around this price.
Indeed. Well, you know, the odometer is showing just over 17,000 miles. Now, if this has been through a full restoration, you can never be sure if the mileage is accurate or not. Sometimes they'll change the instrumentation or whatever, but be that as it may, it looks like a low-mileage GTX for sure.
A lot of times that mileage is mileage since the restoration has been completed. Yeah.
You are right.
65.
Yeah, and that 375 horse 440, boy, that was a bread and butter engine for Mopar. Found in so many of their product lines, that 4-barrel 440.
Look at this, getting a little bit of extra love after the reserve came off. Another 5 or 6 grand.
60s. You want to renegotiate?
And it's appropriate.
67. I have 66,000. 67. $70,000.
And you're probably done now, Adam.
$72,000.
Wow, a jump to 70K.
We got it.
So, $70,000.
Well, you know what, Chris? In hindsight 2020, you were absolutely spot on that it was going to take a few more thousand to sell that car.
It was great to see. Great to watch, and I'm happy with that price right there.
That's a lot of fun. Oh, pushing our camera in toward this gorgeous 1965 Malibu Super Sport. What a color, what a setup. The stance is perfect, Bill.
Oh, boy.
Never mind that it's only got a 283. That's okay, man. The presentation of this car is spectacular.
How can you not fall in love with that little Malibu? Whew. 283, 195 horsepower. With the Power Glide automatic. Mist blue metallic. That's what's catching everybody's attention.
Yep.
And that is well sold, $40,000.
That's one of the prettiest Malibus here in Harrisburg, let me tell you.
Oh, boy. Just the wheel treatment there, very conservative, but so tasteful.
Okay, here is a handyman wagon from 1957 on the 210 platform, the 210 Handyman.
Yeah, kind of a Nomad look-alike, but it's not. It's the Handyman. Totally restored. 350, as you might have guessed, automatic transmission. And just fabulous detailing, the paint, the fit, the finish. All 100 points. Interior, follow suit. Big wide bench seat there. Column shifter. Budnick polished wheels, just rolling along. Added that Bel Air side molding on the rear quarter panels. Yeah, that's a build that you could not improve upon.
son. Now 60, 58, 60.
Yeah, that's the low rent trim level for the station wagon, the 210.
We're going to sign you on a
And the
conditional
handyman.
sale for $58,000, Ryan. $58,000,
Okay.
and we'll let you know. We're going to
58, and it's sold. I did not hear the reserve come off, but that it did, and it's going to new ownership right now. Moving on to a frame-off restored 77 Trans Am.
Well, we're talking about how Pontiac is getting its due here in Harrisburg. Another example here. The 200 horse, 400 cubic inch W72 setup with a 4-speed manual. Oh, this is going to get the money. We're already at $60,000. The black and the gold, everything's been detailed, including the engine compartment. Everywhere you look. Power brakes, power steering, that radial tune suspension. That's what Pontiac came in with. After the wide track campaign ended, that was the next thing they went with. Radial tune suspension, Hurst T-tops. Those were added during the restoration. And boy, if anything needed to be refurbished, replaced, rebuilt, whatever, no expense was spared. You can tell, just look at it.
60,000s. Wait a second, you don't have
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kirk.
60 is going to be the high bid. Kirk Delzell giving it his best shot there to work out the numbers with a consignor, but not to be at the moment.
Boy,
So
I'll tell you, that's sold for 60. That's charity.
Right.
For that.
Right.
Wow.
87 Buick Grand National here. Under 20,000 miles, Bill.
And boy, has the market on these cars just gone totally spiraling up into the deepest reaches of outer space. Look at this. The reserve is already offered $40,000. This was the final year for the Grand National. And of course, the GNX came in to really put a period on everything. But this is the 245 horsepower, 3.8 liter turbo V6 intercooled. Got the original window sticker with this as well, and the dealership thank you card. A lot of people threw those away, but they kept this, even though the car has changed hands more than once. I'm sorry, it's a one-owner car, but it has existed since 1987, and a lot of that original stuff usually gets lost. But good for the original owner for keeping everything together.
What are you thinking about the numbers it's doing right now?
I can remember when they were trading for upper teens.
Right. The reserve came off, if I'm not mistaken, here around 40.
Yes.
So, nice bump.
This was the quickest American production car in 1987. The Corvette only had about 245 horsepower during this period.
There we go. And that gentleman is quite pleased, I'm sure. And going to be even more so with that Buick Grand National.
One owner Grand National.
That's pretty cool.
What a prize.
And the thank you card.
Yeah, I know.
That's like almost like a protect-a-plate. You know?
Right, and they would usually just get tossed.
Well, here goes nothing on a 71 Bronco.
Ooh, 302 in there. Perfect fit. Of course, you get a 302 in the Bronco back then, but that one has been breathed on very heavily. C4 automatic, Calypso Coral, great, with a cream hockey stripe, nice. Okay, I'm not going to call that houndstooth, that's plaid. I learned my lesson.
That is a total frame-off restoration right there.
Oh boy, is that an eyeful or what?
That's a great setup. The cream on the wheels, kind of blending in with the cream stripes on the sides. The interior bringing the cream in there with that orange plaid. It's almost like a VW Westphalia kind of adjacent plaid.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful setup.
Oh boy. Deluxe Mighty Report goes along with it. And the reserve is off as we are just short of $100,000.
You got it. Congratulations. Congratulations.
All right. Once again, that couple successful. And, man, that is a terrific Bronco from 1971, $99,000. All right, a 1960 Cadillac Series 62 DeVille is going to follow that up.
Yeah, this would be the Coupe DeVille. Yeah, it's a two-door caddy. Meticulous restoration. And you'll see what I mean here. Just the engine room alone. That's the 390 Cadillac V8. You see that genuine General Motors air conditioning compressor there. Probably bigger than the engine in a smart car. Just that compressor by itself. See inside, you see the big AC outlet under the dashboard. And you can talk about a knee knocker. Stripped down to bare metal before painting it. That beautiful deep black. The black and white interior you just saw.
High bid on this Cadillac, $54,000. We get set to take a break here in a minute. 45 minutes left in our program today. Let's send it over to CJ, Chris Jacobs.
Oh, yeah, Scott, I got one that both you and I are very interested in. This is a 1989 911 Carrera. This is a 25th anniversary model, and this is the highly desirable G50 transmission backing up the 3.2-liter Carrera engine. And speaking of that engine, I want to give you a look at it because underneath this whale tail spoiler is a gorgeous rebuild and very limited mileage on it as well. So this car is running like a top. Really cool color of satin black metallic over a silk gray interior. What a great color combination. PCA stickers all over it, good to see. Porsche Club of America, shout out to you. Original Fuchs on this car as well. So gonna get a lot of attention when it goes across the block tomorrow. Stick around, got a little bit left for you here in Harrisburg.
Welcome back to Harrisburg, PA, live today on ESPN Plus. How about we take a moment and showcase our State Farm moment of the day? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there, and our moment of the day was an easy one, or has been so far anyway. It happened when this 1968 Rally Green Camaro RSSS came to the block. 396 V8 under the hood, complete rotisserie restoration. Aluminum head 396, by the way, and the folks, we commented on it at the time, the folks in the front row right across from us bought it for an even $100,000, and that's enough to bring them out of their chairs. Hugs all around, and that is our State Farm moment of the day on this fantastic Friday.
That was a fabulous car, too.
Yes, it was.
The aluminum had 396. That would have been an L89, but I think those were added later. But still, same deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
You get the idea.
Yep.
Okay, back to the live action now with a 1962 Bel Air.
Yeah, and this has got some history behind it. I'll tell you right now, this was owned at one time. A gentleman that I met when I was working on the NASCAR coverage, John Darby.
Oh.
Yeah, a longtime NASCAR director of competition, passed away back in 2012, but he owned this car, and his nickname was the 409 Professor.
Wow.
He knew these cars inside and out, and this one is a good one. It's got the 409 cubic inch, 409 horsepower, 409. That's the dual quad engine. So it's got the highest horsepower rating you can get in 62 on a 409. 4-speed manual transmission and restored to the nines.
I see what you did there.
You did, huh?
Yeah.
I can't get anything past.
32 grand.
Oh, that's where it sells. Way under the money. Good luck to the high bidder on that car. You will not be sorry.
That's pretty cool. And you're right. Good history lesson there, Brother Bill.
Yeah, old John Darby. He would he would tell you anything you wanted to know about those engines.
Well, let's find out a little bit about this 56 Fairlane Sunliner that we have next.
Yes, indeed. Convoyable. 292 Y block, 3-speed manual transmission. There you see it, very clean underneath there. Well presented, as I'm sure the interior is as well. Yep, mint green. That light cream exterior, great contrast. That's a power-operated convertible top, which was not something that you would automatically find on 1950s convertibles. Many of them were manual.
It's almost like a mint chocolate chip green interior. I like that a lot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Probably could use a few more chocolate chips, though.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
Sprinkle a few more in there.
It's fantastic.
I think it'll sell.
It's certainly unusual.
I mean, you think about the interior colors they have today, it's like, so we have a black or a blackish gray.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Or if you have children and it's the last one on the lot, you can take the tan that shows all of the dirt that will ever exist in your life.
Spoken like a true dad.
Thank you. 38, 39, 38,
Reserve is off on this Sunliner.
Not the Skyliner, the hardtop convertible.
$38,000. So, $38,000.
And it does sell, $38,000. Yep.
Two more from the Tesco Classic selection.
All right, moving on. 64 C10. Small block power. Not a surprise.
Not a surprise. And a frame-off restoration as well. It's almost a prerequisite now to do, if you're going to do a build right and you want the finished product to reflect the amount of effort you're putting into the project, you got to take the body off the frame and do it all. Get in there and make it right. See that yellow and white exterior. The cab is white, and the rest of the truck is yellow. There's the interior, the brown, the diamond pattern on the bench seat. How about that for a conservative wheel treatment? You got your steel wheel, your genuine Chevrolet center cap, but no trim ring. With white wall tires.
33, 32, 33.
Yeah, conservative for sure.
Yeah, and you know, to be honest, the entire build is not really, you know, a six-figure deal.
It goes on. Yep, 226, 69.43 GT.
Okay, the high bid has been reached, I guess, at $32,000. We'll be back with more from the Pennsylvania Farm Show Complex after a quick timeout. We are back in Harrisburg, and this 1970 Cougar Boss 302 Eliminator just sold. As we're coming back from the commercial, Bill Stevens, $74,000. Wanted to show that to you because we told you it was coming up a little while ago, and it brought some pretty good money here.
It did indeed, and why not? One of only 323 that were built, and these cars are really, I'd have to say, so extraordinary when you think about the fact that it's basically a Boss 302 Mustang that changed its clothes. Now it's wearing a Mercury body and Mercury signage. The 302, 290 horse, just like the Mustang, and that 4-speed manual transmission. Yeah, I'm a big admirer of those cars.
Well, let's swing the camera left and pick up the arrival of this 72 Challenger. It's bidding at $27,000, now $30,000. This is the one that grabbed Rutledge's attention, or no, Chris's attention a little while ago.
I wasn't the only one. I'm staging, man. This car is just, I mean, eyeball catching.
Radical, baby. Yeah.
All about that supercharger, Bill.
Who would put a big supercharger on a little 340 that never hurt nobody? And there it is with a couple of big, thirsty 4-barrel carburetors. Man, those got to be at least 750 CFMs apiece. Yikes. Automatic transmission, MSD ignition. That car looks like it's ready for the drag strip, but it really isn't. That is an over-the-top street machine, and it is not going to sell this time.
I mentioned in my preview, too, that tail panel is one of my favorite and of all Mopar rear-end designs. I mean, it's just gorgeous the way those tail lights are louvered like that. Love it.
It works. Well, the money didn't quite work out here, but it might at Bid Goes On. We'll certainly be willing to give it a shot over there. And Shelby Cobra replica here from 1965. Do we know who built this one or who supplied the kit?
Nope. Little secret. They're not letting us know, but I can tell you if I can see the back of that car. Just give me a second here. Talk amongst yourselves.
You could go down there if you want. I'll keep your seat warm for you.
Oh, thanks anyway, but
there it is.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's not a Factory 5. I can tell you that because Factory 5 has a kind of unique treatment on the rear wheel wells and the rear quarter panels. However, 351, they stayed with the Ford power. Not all of them have Fords in them. And performance intake, got some power there. And it's got those look-alike pin drive wheels with the 3-eared knockoffs and their own kind of interpretation of Cobra side exhaust.
Cool. Ended up at $45,000, and right behind it is this 1966 Belvedere. Oh, did I mention that it's got a Hemi?
You don't have to. That's what I'll do.
Okay,
just in case. Yep. Yeah, it's a Hemi car. Dual quad 426. And even as the block casting, the intake number is also on there. The carburetor number is on there. The only thing that I would ask, even though this has a frame-off restoration in its history, is this a matching numbers 426 Hemi? Don't know. Did it sell? It did not.
That car actually was born with a 318, according to the E.
The E in the VIN.
Yep, interesting.
We gave it away.
Oh, it's so good to have you with us this afternoon on this Friday as we get into the final 30 minutes or so of our program here from Harrisburg, PA. Always a blast to visit this great part of the country and see some fantastic cars. Mentioned it at the top of the show. This is kind of the bread and butter of the muscle car, collector car world for us. Has been for a long time. Our 19th season of television this year. We're about halfway through the season, and 77 Trans Am just sold for $42,000, so we moved to a 1969 Buick Riviera.
Oh, love is in the air. 69 Riviera. Now we are sneaking up on the next generation when they went totally off the wall with the styling and the boat tail design, and which I thought was a little excessive. You know, the man we love, JK, he loved that design, and I tried to agree with him, but I couldn't. This is the last iteration of the original configuration of the Riviera that began in 1963. They upgraded the wheels on this, but it's got the correct engine, the 430 cubic inch V8 in there with an automatic transmission, power steering and brakes. Upgraded wheels and tires, as I mentioned, air conditioning, and all that Riviera style and presence. Man, it's all there.
11,000.
They made a Buick Riviera back in the 50s.
Turn it loose.
They had that model way back when.
10.
So when they
10.
brought it out in 63,
10.
that was kind of like an encore.
I only got 10. I can't make an 11 out of 10.
It kind of reminds me of that Tornado that we had go through earlier. I think the shade, but also you get that kind of similar
10.
styling that Buick was definitely going for, right? And obviously GM sharing with Oldsmobile. But
that front end, when Riviera went to the pop-up headlights, it definitely took on that kind of Tornado front design. I know what you're saying there. And how about those smoothies? I mean, those just look so cool and everything. Just beefs this car out so nicely.
Yeah, guys, that styling, that's that long hood, short deck, kind of like that European influence that they were spreading across the product line. The Pontiacs and the Oldsmobiles also adopted that.
Well, that one sells for $11,500. Let's go ahead and move on to the 68 Nova Super Sport, and this is an unusual little car here, Bill.
An unusual car that will rip your windpipe out and slap you with it until you lose consciousness. That's an L78 396. Now, that same engine in a 65 Corvette made 425 horsepower. But I'm not going to get into my rant about horsepower ratings, but I will tell you the truth is closer to 425 than 375, okay? 4-speed manual, and that's a matching numbers drivetrain. That's why we're into the 70s right now. On the board, Sequoia green outside, black vinyl roof, gold interior, very unusual color combination. It's got the Welfare wheels with the red line tires. And that thing is ready to go hunting, believe me.
Bucket seats and a vinyl top.
Bucket seats and a vinyl top.
I want to hang out with the guy that checked these boxes on these colors. Unbelievable.
Yes. Yeah.
Gold interior. When we saw it on camera, wow, did that look cool.
It's tough. Look at the money that brought.
Oh, that is
Holy
a wild
cow.
ride. Yikes.
77,000. My goodness.
Hold on to your helmet.
That's pretty cool. Next up is 2014 GMC Sierra 2500 HD.
Yeah, I can't tell you everything that's been done on this truck because we're off the air in about 24 minutes, but nothing has been left to chance. Everything in this truck has been checked out, has been either rebuilt, replaced. Recently, just to give you an example, they replaced front brake calipers, power stop ceramic pads, front drilled rotors. They recently upgraded the shocks, front and rear. Bilsteins put a tune-up in it with AC spark plugs and wires. There was a factory recall in the airbag, and they got that straightened out. Raceline wheels, big Mickey Thompson rubber. And the power, 6-liter V8 with an automatic. They dumped almost $9,000 into all of the service they did on this recently. It leaves nothing for the average person to do. Just get in and drive it.
I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a $7 beat. I'd get a bit of a $7 bid. $8 now. And £7 paid.
I'm still recovering from your rip your windpipe out line.
Beat you with it till you're unconscious.
But guys, come on. You saw the car.
It's a T-shirt.
Yes.
Yeah, sell it.
Oh, we could come up with an entire collection of Bill's one-liner T-shirts. Yes.
Well, you know, that car just did things to me, that's all.
And this pickup truck to the tune of $27,000 going to that guy's collection.
Oh, man, that's a great buy on that truck. Ooh. I didn't get to half of the other things that that truck is bringing with it.
All right, next up, Rutledge is right there. Here's an 86 C10. It's got an LS power plant, yeah.
It sure does. This thing is gorgeous, y'all. Slammed on the ground, LS power under the hood. It originally came from Buford, Georgia, just a little bit north of me. But, Bill, give him the lowdown on this thing. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, it really is. Love the name of the paint there. It's Doe Skin Tan. Now, that's reminiscent of, if you think back to around the 1976 or 77 Corvette, that had an eggshell color, and this is very close to that. Tan interior, as you can see. Automatic transmission, Rutledge mentioned that LS underneath there. Stage 2 4L80, automatic transmission. Fully undercoated chassis. Factory, air, vintage radio. It's got Bluetooth connectivity. True track differential and QA1 components for the suspension, including the coilovers and the 4-link rear end, Willwood 4-wheel disc brakes. All very premium parts there.
Yeah, with that Curry rear end underneath it, those 22s all the way around, you know this thing would leave a nice set of stripes. Out of any parking lot it's leaving.
Amen.
By the way, you were dead on. In 1976, the Corvette had that one-year-only color called buckskin.
Yeah. Yeah, we called it eggshell. I called it skin color. That's what it reminded me of.
$40,000 is the bid. Not ready to give up on it just yet. That's Katie on the internet. Had the high mark for a bit.
Boy, I think that's short for everything that's been done to that truck and the finished product.
$45,000. 45 gonna do it. 45, 42 bid, 45, 45. I've got a minimum 5, 42. Now I've got a minimum 45,000. Close at 42. Close at $42,000 gonna need up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would agree with the consignor. Just hold off on that.
And the bid goes on at, what was it, 42,000?
Yep. Put it up on the big board if the bid goes on, and
see what happens.
Yeah, attract a prospective buyer.
Okay, let's move to this nearly brand new, year-old Ford F-150 STX.
Yeah, big truck. You got to have big wheels and tires on this bad boy. 6-spoke Ford Performance mags on here, wrapped up in some 275 50 22s, courtesy of Turo Tires. Really good setup there.
Oh, good catch there, brother Chris. Turo, the official tire partner of Mecum Auctions, just announced this week for us.
Yeah, and they'll have their work cut out for them to control that supercharged 5-liter with 707 horsepower. Yippee!
High bid on that truck at $57,000. And we will return, take care of our top sellers, remind you of those, and finish up today's show coming up in a moment. Well, as promised, let's run down our top sellers for this Friday. We'll start with a beautiful 66 Tuxedo Black Corvette, big block 2, 4.25 horse, 427 with a 4-speed. $130,000 was the hammer price. Beautiful sublime 1970 Challenger TA in that second spot, matching numbers, 6-pack V8. And it brought 142.5 with the automatic transmission. But far and away our number one car today. No surprise. 1959 Cadillac Series 62 convertible. Absolute stunner. Frame off restoration in the year 2000. And today it sold for $175,000. And that is a feature car from the AACA Museum just down the street in Hershey, PA, back around 2008. Well deserved. And there's the top 5. Look at that.
Yeah, Ford got shut out on that top 5. We got GM, we've got Chrysler, but things could change tomorrow when we get to the end of the day.
Yes, indeed. We shall see 24 hours from now. Still a little bit of time here to finish things up from Harrisburg today. And we'll get back to the activity on the block with this 72 C10.
Yeah, that's a 6-liter LS, and that induction system on the top there looks like I threw my jacket on top of the engine there. All the ducting and the intakes and everything kind of working against each other, but that's the way they build them. 4L60E automatic transmission with overdrive and a 12-bolt rear end, and there are those multi-spoke alloy wheels that we see more and more of from US Mags, and looking good, 20 inches. Lowering kit in there, power brakes, and a dark, they call it dark blue, I would call that medium blue.
That's not dark blue.
We'll show you dark. You want to see dark blue? We'll show you dark blue.
I want to give a shout out to the local car club that is here helping us this weekend. Within that group are some just wonderful, wonderful people. The driver of this blue truck, she and her husband, I just want you to know, they're very selective at the cool cars that they pick. They've not had a bad one ever. They're so good. I think everyone's like, look, they're together, they're adorable, let them have first pick. So fun. Big smiles every time they roll across.
Well, and I will follow up on that as you see this truck selling for $43,500. Mentioned it yesterday, we'll mention it today. They're all from the Susquehanna Valley GTO Club. So hats off to them and thank you.
Absolutely. They're great folks.
Here's another 66 Corvette. This one, kind of the opposite number of that one in our top sellers, Bill.
Yeah, we'll have to watch this one. I don't want to call it entry-level, affordable mid-year Corvette just yet because it's not a big block. It's not a high-horsepower 327. It's the 300. That's the base engine in 66. It is a 4-speed car. Popular color, the Sunfire Yellow. I mentioned earlier. I had one that color. my mid-year. And 336 posi in the rear end, power steering and brakes. So it is optioned out. It's got some very desirable upgrades on it. And it's right now in the 40s. So I still consider this an affordable mid-year Corvette, at least at this point.
Yeah,
see where it goes.
And especially considering that it's a convertible.
It is a convertible. No notation whether or not we've got a hardtop with it.
It's good to see the C2s represented today. I'm not sure if we had any C2s or C1s yesterday. I don't recall any crossing the block, so got a few of them today, and I know there's some coming tomorrow.
Yep.
I think the first one we got was that black one with the L72.
Correct, yeah. Bid at $47,000.
Well, we might get there if you help me out. Can you give me 8, sir? You ready? Well, 48, 49, the reserve is still on. Let's try. Let's try 9. Let's give me a 9er.
Put a clutch in it recently and brake calipers. These Corvettes, unfortunately, pretty notorious for having problems with the seals and the brake calipers, so you like to see that they've been addressed before you sign on the dotted line.
Generally, if you're really seriously looking for an entry-level C2, you're going to have to stay in that base or one-step-up engine department, small block, and generally 64 or 5 would be the choice years. But now we're over 50,000 on this one.
Yeah, we're sneaking into the high-rent district slowly but surely. No, but you're right. A 64 convertible with a base engine. 327, 4-speed, no air conditioning, no power windows and antenna and all of the other little add-ons. You could pretty much stay in a fairly manageable category.
Sold $50,000 Megan's way.
Okay, 50 is not break the bank.
Kind of a tweener.
Yeah, a little north of entry level, but a lot of car for 50,000.
Right, and it's got the look, man. It's got the look. Okay, $50,000 on the money. Speaking of a 64, and I swear I was not looking.
Me neither.
I was not looking.
No. Yeah, this is a hot rod, though. This got a 350 in it.
Okay.
Okay. But there's some factory pieces as well on this, like the exhaust manifolds, exhaust system. It is a 4-speed car with the original shifter, 373 gears in the rear end. We don't know if it's a posi, but that's okay.
Hey,
knockoff wheels.
It's got a CD player in it. It's got disc changer.
Changer.
I don't believe that was standard in 1964.
No, back in 64, you had to go with an underdash record player, if you remember those.
Now 42. Now 42.
Skip-O-Matic.
Yeah, yes. Front disc brakes. You see how that little wide jowls on those front wheels there. That's for the front disc brake conversion. Remember, disc brakes didn't come into the Corvette till the following year, 1965.
Now 44, got 43, 44, 43 to bid, 44,000 to bid.
So now if we stay in the 40s on this car, I'll label it entry level.
Okay.
What if I give you a check for 40, cut your deal? Okay.
43 bid.
Do you know that we talk about the 12-bolt rear end all the time in the high-performance Chevys, the Camaros, Chevelles, even the full-size cars?
45 to you?
The Corvette never had a 12-bolt rear end.
$43,000 it takes.
50.
Never.
Really?
50.
The configuration of the rear end made it too difficult to go 12-bolt back there. Isn't that funny?
It is.
Because that's the rugged, third member that you would want with a high-powered, Chevy. But nope, Corvette's missed out.
Interesting. Yeah. That's as Letterman might say, that's from the Museum of the Hard to Believe.
Right.
Remember that? Okay, 43 for that little 64 Corvette. So the jury is out on the entry-level status of that one just yet.
Yes.
Okay, 1969 F100 next.
Stroker, 347 in there. Aluminum intake, trick flow, aluminum heads. Yeah, that's a real power upgrade right there. Those trick flows, good move there. Roller rockers as well. I'm gonna go over 400 horsepower out of that stroker, maybe even closer to 5. I don't know what they're running for compression. But, yeah, there's a lot of moxie there.
This one is done so well. I mean, the aesthetic on this truck is amazing with that short bed, the smoothies, the upgraded interior. Obviously, what Bill just described being under the hood. Plenty of power, plenty of style, right?
I kind of wondered if it was a newer Crown Vic swap underneath on the front end because the stance is so perfect. But I didn't see that when I looked underneath there. But that paint looks great, straight. That wheel and tire setup just sings to me.
Yeah, it does. I can picture that truck with Border Patrol signage on the doors.
Okay.
You know what I mean? A very understated, kind of like plain clothes, unmarked car kind of vibe on that truck.
I'll buy that. 33,000. You've got some room to work on the paint department there. No reserve on this gorgeous 56 Bel Air. Boy, they've done some work to this.
They have indeed. Another 350. That is the go-to engine for so many people doing, whether it's a budget build or high-end. That's what so many people start with. Turbo 3-speed automatic as well. Nice paint on that as well. Silver and black. Good combo. Edelbrock. You might have noticed under the hood there with a high-rise intake manifold.
Wheels by my good buddy Chip Foose, unmistakable. Saw him from about 50 feet away. Just can't miss that profile on those torque thrusts.
Too bad he's not selling any of those. Poor guy. Maybe he needs a bigger sign.
It's terrible. I really feel bad for him.
Yeah. Beautiful wheels, like everything he does.
Bigger sign.
I don't know.
God, he's on a roll
That's
today.
hilarious. $41,000. No need for a bigger sign on that Bel Air, man. It speaks for itself. Well, here is an interesting automobile rolling up for us, Brother Bill. A Jaguar Mark 9 from 1961. How about this?
How about this? The 3.8 liter legendary inline 6-cylinder engine provides the power with an automatic transmission. Multi-year restoration by Harvey Bradley. And he had a collaborator there, British car restoration specialist Ralph Miller of Old York Classics. What a team. Antique Automobile Club of America Preservation Award, 2 first place awards at the Capital Jaguar Owners Club Concours d'Elegance. So a lot of what I can tell you about this car involves how many awards it has won. And you can take a look at it right now and just see how this car presents itself. That is poetry in motion.
Bill, I have a quick question for the driver. Pardon me, do you have any gray poupon?
Of course.
Of course he does.
It wouldn't work. Takes 80.
Oh, boy.
You get that at the corner grocery store.
5.
Well, at least give the guy credit for playing along.
Yeah, he did.
Absolutely. And that hat was no mistake. That is a well-dressed man driving that car.
66.
Probably a car that was intended for the United States market, left-hand drive.
George getting up by 70,000 a bid. Not going to bid of 70,000. And not going to 60.
I want to be clear. The Grey Poupon joke is for rolls. But I just want you to know, that car is so elegant and his hat was so perfect, I had to still ask. Those are the rules, Chris. I don't write
Well, if
them.
we want to get technical, it's a joke for the back seat also.
Yes, that's very true.
The passenger, not the driver.
That's a great point.
Notice how the later it gets, our conversations de-evolve.
Yes.
You would not agree with
I
that?
don't
Picked
know
up on
whether
that.
that will help, but I have 68.5.
You got 68.5.
Yeah.
Now 70 to you. Now 70,000.
Good luck, sir.
Give 70,000. $70,000.
I know it's not what we wanted, Don. I got 68.
They are trying to get this reserve off.
It's on its way to Monterey. Takes 80,000.
69 is the bid now.
Next time in Monterey, it won't be 80,000, man.
We don't get many, so it's pretty hard to comp this Jaguar.
Very true. I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
Well,
F240.
Thank you.
F249.
I think they're going to be a little too far apart for now to get that reserve lifted. So they're going to hang on to it and perhaps see what happens as the bid goes on. And that is going to be our final car of the day today. And so another Mecum Friday in the books from here in Harrisburg, PA. We're going to reset overnight. We will look forward to our third and final day with you from here at the Farm Show Complex coming up tomorrow. We are back at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. out west here on ESPN Plus. So have the coffee brewed and ready to go. And I hope you can make plans to join us then. We will see you tomorrow, everyone. Good night from Harrisburg.
Back there.